Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, Morgan Saunders had always been a creature of habit. At 26, she had her life carefully arranged like the books on her shelves, alphabetized, categorized, predictable. She woke each morning at 6:15 a.m., brewed her coffee precisely 3 minutes after, and left her modest one-bedroom apartment in Oakwood Heights, Missouri by 7:30. The neighbors in her apartment complex hardly knew her beyond polite nods in the hallway. The quiet girl in 3B, they called her if they mentioned her at all. The apartment had been a find, affordable on her librarian's salary, in a building old enough to have character, but maintained well enough to avoid major issues. It was small, but perfect for Morgan, who valued her privacy above all else. The windows faced east, allowing morning light to filter through the heavy cream-colored curtains she kept drawn most of the time. "I like my privacy," she would explain to the rare visitor, typically a colleague or her mother during her infrequent visits from Springfield. Plus, it helps keep the place cool in summer. Nobody questioned these sensible explanations, though some noticed that even on the most pleasant spring days, those curtains remained stubbornly closed. Morgan had lived in apartment 3B for nearly 3 years when she received the job offer from the University of Michigan, a significant promotion that would require relocation. She gave her notice to Mr. Phelps, the building manager, a balding man in his 50s with perpetually ink-stained fingers. "Hate to see you go, Miss Saunders," he said, accepting her written notice. "You've been our ideal tenant, never any complaints, always on time with rent." "Thank you," Morgan replied with her characteristic politeness. "I've been very happy here." The month that followed was filled with careful packing and planning. Morgan labeled her boxes meticulously, arranged for movers, and on her final evening cleaned the apartment until it gleamed. The next morning, Mr. Phelps arrived promptly at 9 a.m. for the final walkthrough. "Everything looks perfect, just as expected," he commented, making notes on his clipboard as they moved from the small kitchen to the living area. "Let's check the bedroom and bathroom, and then we can wrap this up so you can get on the road." Morgan led him into the bedroom, the space where she had slept nearly 1,000 nights. The room was now bare except for the heavy curtains still hanging at the window. Mr. Phelps moved toward them. "I should check the window seals," he said conversationally, reaching for the curtain pull. "Oh, I've already," Morgan began, but stopped as Mr. Phelps drew back the curtains. The morning light flooded the room, illuminating what had been hidden in the corner between the window and the wall, a pair of men's work boots, worn and mud-stained. Beside them lay a folded blanket, a small collection of snack wrappers, and a stack of what appeared to be photographs. Morgan's breath caught. Mr. Phelps froze, his clipboard lowering slowly to his side. "Miss Saunders," he said carefully, "is there something you'd like to explain?" Morgan couldn't speak. Her eyes were fixed on the items that weren't hers, items she had never seen before. Mr. Phelps hesitantly picked up one of the photographs from the top of the stack. His face paled visibly. It was a Polaroid photograph of Morgan, asleep in her bed. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken just 2 weeks earlier. He flipped to the next photo. Morgan again, this time reading on her couch. Another showed her brushing her teeth at the bathroom sink. "I've never seen these before," Morgan whispered, her voice barely audible. "Those aren't mine. I don't understand." Detective Sarah Lohman of the Oakwood Heights Police Department arrived 40 minutes later. By then, Morgan was sitting silently in the hallway, unable to bring herself to re-enter the apartment. Mr. Phelps had placed the disturbing collection into an empty box from Morgan's moving supplies. "Ms. Saunders," Detective Lohman began gently, "I know this is extremely upsetting, but I need you to tell me if you've noticed anything unusual recently. Missing items, sounds in the night, feeling like things had been moved." Morgan shook her head slowly, then paused. "I sometimes thought I heard noises, but the building is old. I assumed it was just settling, and sometimes—" She hesitated. "Sometimes I felt like things weren't exactly where I'd left them, but I just told myself I was being forgetful." As Detective Lohman examined the apartment, the horrifying reality became increasingly clear. Someone had been living in Morgan's apartment, hiding when she was home, emerging when she was away or asleep. The corner behind the curtain showed signs of long-term occupation. The carpet was more worn there, and closer inspection revealed a small stash of food wrappers tucked into the wall cavity where a heating vent had been partially removed. The building was renovated from an old hotel in the 1980s, Mr. Phelps explained nervously. "There are some unusual spaces in the walls, maintenance passages that were closed off but not completely removed." The investigation quickly expanded. The neighboring apartments were searched, revealing nothing unusual. Morgan provided a list of everyone who had been in her apartment during her tenancy, a remarkably short list consisting of her mother, 2 friends, Mr. Phelps, and a maintenance worker who had fixed her sink the previous year. The maintenance worker, Aaron Klest, had left the company 18 months ago. Detective Lohman's attempts to locate him through his last known address and phone number were unsuccessful. His employment record shows he worked here for nearly 5 years, Detective Lohman told Morgan 3 days later. Morgan had delayed her departure for Michigan, staying at a local hotel while the investigation unfolded. Mr. Phelps confirms he would have had access to all the apartments and knowledge of the building's hidden spaces. Further investigation revealed that Klest, whose real name was determined to be Keith Landry, had a history of obsessive behavior. A restraining order had been filed against him by a previous landlord in 2018, though charges were later dropped. The photos recovered from Morgan's apartment told a chilling story. The earliest was dated just 2 months after Morgan had moved in, meaning for nearly 3 years, someone had been secretly sharing her most private spaces. "We found finger smudges on the inside of your medicine cabinet mirror," Detective Lohman explained, "and partial prints on the inside of your kitchen cabinets. He was moving through your apartment regularly, using your things, possibly even eating your food." Morgan struggled to process this information. "But I don't understand how I would have noticed someone in my apartment." "He watched your routines," the detective explained. "He knew when you would be gone, when you slept deeply. The photos suggest he became increasingly bold over time. The most recent ones were taken from just feet away from where you were sleeping." A search of the building's maintenance areas yielded a disturbing discovery: a small notebook containing detailed observations of Morgan's daily habits, written in cramped handwriting. The entries documented her comings and goings, what she ate, what she watched on television, conversations she had on the phone, even which side she preferred to sleep on. One entry read simply, "She never opens the curtains fully. Perfect." 3 weeks into the investigation, a security camera at a bus station in Denver captured footage of a man resembling Keith Landry. By then, Morgan had finally moved to Michigan, though she found herself unable to live alone. She moved in with a colleague temporarily, her sense of safety shattered. "I keep checking behind the curtains," she told Detective Lohman during their weekly update calls. "I can't sleep without looking in every closet under the bed. I feel watched all the time." 6 months later, Keith Landry was apprehended in Seattle, living under yet another false identity. In his possession were photos of a different woman, a neighbor in his new apartment building who, like Morgan, lived alone. When questioned about Morgan Saunders, Landry spoke with an unsettling calmness. "She never knew I was there," he said, with what the interviewing officer described as pride in his voice. "For 3 years we shared a life and she never knew." Morgan Saunders eventually testified at Landry's trial, where he was convicted of stalking, breaking and entering, an invasion of privacy. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Morgan never again lived in an apartment with curtains. Her new home in Michigan has windows covered only with blinds that she opens fully each morning and closes completely at night, after carefully checking every corner, closet, and possible hiding place. She still wakes sometimes, startled by ordinary house sounds, convinced that she hears breathing other than her own. On those nights, she turns on every light and searches her home again, looking for the man who, for 3 years, lived hidden behind her curtains, watching her sleep. The case of Keith Landry prompted the Oakwood Heights Police Department to create a public awareness campaign about frogging, the term used to describe people secretly living in someone else's home. They advise residents to regularly check infrequently used spaces in their homes and to report any signs of intrusion, no matter how small. For Detective Lohman, the case remains one of the most disturbing of her career. "What makes it so unsettling," she explained in a later interview, "isn't just the violation of privacy. It's the realization that sometimes the monsters aren't hiding under the bed, they're standing beside it, watching you sleep, and you don't even know they're there." Crime 2, when she dropped her bracelet under the closet shelf, she reached down to grab it, only to realize the floor wasn't made of wood like the rest of the house. It was softer, warmer, covered in a thin layer of paint. When she scraped it, something red seeped through. Melanie Thompson had always been a careful woman. At 32, she had built a life of quiet routine in the small town of Oak Ridge, Nebraska. A librarian by profession, she found comfort in organization, in knowing exactly where things belonged. Perhaps that's why the old Victorian house on Sycamore Lane called to her when it went up for sale in the spring of 2018. Despite its age and the renovations it clearly needed, there was something about its bones that felt right to her. It was a good price, she later told Detective James Harmon. The realtor said the previous owners had moved suddenly due to a job transfer. They were motivated sellers. Melanie's mother had gifted her a silver charm bracelet for her birthday that March, just 2 weeks after she had moved in. It was a delicate thing, with tiny silver books dangling from it, a nod to her profession. Melanie wore it daily, a constant presence on her wrist as she sorted through the previous owner's forgotten belongings in the attic, as she painted the kitchen a soft yellow, as she planted tulip bulbs in the front yard. The house had quirks, as all old houses do. The third step on the staircase creaked no matter how it was repaired. The upstairs bathroom faucet dripped constantly, and the master bedroom closet was unusually deep, extending farther back than seemed logical given the layout of the house. "I remember thinking it was odd," said Rebecca Klein, Melanie's best friend since college. The first time she showed me around the house, I commented on how spacious the closet was. She said she loved it, that she finally had room for all her winter sweaters. On April 17, 2018, Melanie was organizing that closet, installing a new shelving system she had purchased from a local hardware store. As she sorted through her clothes, the bracelet slipped from her wrist and skittered across the floor, coming to rest in the far corner beneath the lowest shelf. When she crouched down to retrieve it, her fingers brushed against the floor. The wood felt wrong. While the rest of the house featured original hardwood flooring, this section felt different beneath her touch, softer, almost yielding under pressure. Curious, Melanie ran her fingernail along the surface. The paint, matched perfectly to the rest of the closet floor, chipped easily, revealing a reddish substance beneath. She scratched harder, and a small amount of the red material seeped through, staining her fingertip. Later in her statement, Melanie would say, "I knew immediately it wasn't wood. The consistency was all wrong, and it was warm, not room temperature like wood should be." She retreated from the closet and called the only person she could think of, her uncle, Robert Thompson, who had worked in construction for 30 years before retiring. She sounded disturbed, Robert recalled during interviews. Not panicked, but definitely unsettled. She asked me if there was any building material that would be soft and warm to the touch. I told her no, nothing used in residential construction should feel that way. Robert arrived at Melanie's house within the hour. Together they returned to the closet, where he examined the strange flooring. After several minutes of investigation, he used a pocket knife to cut deeper into the material. "That's when we knew we needed to call the police," Robert said quietly. "What we were looking at wasn't construction material at all." The Oak Ridge Police Department arrived 40 minutes later. Detective James Harmon, a veteran officer with 15 years of experience in the small department, led the investigation. The floor of the closet had been covered with a material designed to look like wood, Harmon explained. Underneath was something we initially believed to be carpet or some kind of insulation, but upon closer inspection, what they discovered was a false floor, constructed approximately 8 inches above the original. And between those two layers was biological material, human tissue, in an advanced state of decay. Over the next 72 hours, forensic teams carefully dismantled the closet floor. What they found sent ripples of shock through the quiet community of Oak Ridge. The material had been treated with some kind of preservative, explained Dr. Elaine Morales, the forensic pathologist assigned to the case. That's why it maintained that unusual temperature and consistency. It hadn't fully decomposed despite significant time having passed. Further examination revealed that the tissue belonged to at least 3 different individuals. All had been processed in some manner, flattened and sealed beneath the false floor, effectively turning them into part of the house itself. As the investigation continued, attention turned to the previous owners of the house, Jonathan and Elise Whitman. According to town records, the couple had lived in the house for just under 7 years before selling to Melanie. They had kept to themselves, neighbors reported. Jonathan worked remotely as an IT consultant, while Elise was a freelance graphic designer. "They were quiet," said neighbor Harold Meeks. "Always polite when you'd see them, but they never joined in neighborhood gatherings. I invited Jonathan to our block party 3 years in a row, but he always declined, said he didn't do well in crowds." When authorities attempted to locate the Whitmans, they discovered that the job transfer story had been fabricated. The couple had provided a forwarding address in Arizona that turned out to be an empty lot. Their social media accounts had been deleted shortly after the sale of the house. Credit cards were no longer in use. They had effectively disappeared. A search of public records revealed something even more disturbing. Jonathan and Elise Whitman might not have been their real names. No birth certificates, school records, or employment history prior to their arrival in Oak Ridge could be located. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere 7 years ago, Detective Harmon noted, and then vanished just as completely. As forensic teams worked to identify the remains found in Melanie's closet, investigators began examining missing persons reports from the surrounding counties. 3 cases quickly rose to prominence, all young women who had disappeared between 2012 and 2017. All had last been seen within a 30-mile radius of Oak Ridge. Cynthia Reeves, 24, a graduate student at the State University, missing since February 2012. Diane Lowry, 29, a postal worker who disappeared after her shift in November 2015. Alicia Mendez, 26, a nurse who never returned home from a night shift in March 2017. We're still awaiting conclusive DNA results, Detective Harmon stated in a press conference held 2 weeks after the initial discovery. But preliminary findings suggest the remains may match these missing persons cases. For Melanie Thompson, the horror of what had been literally beneath her feet as she slept was overwhelming. She moved out of the house immediately, taking refuge with her parents in a neighboring town. "I can't close my eyes without thinking about them," she told Rebecca Klein during a phone call that her friend later recounted to investigators. "Those women were in my house all along. I walked over them every day. I hung my clothes above them. They were there and I never knew." As the investigation continues, the house on Sycamore Lane sits empty, surrounded by police tape. Occasionally, curious teenagers venture close to its perimeter, daring each other to touch the porch to peek through the windows, but most residents of Oak Ridge give it a wide berth, crossing to the other side of the street rather than walk directly past it. The Whitmans, or whatever their real names might be, remain at large. Their faces, captured from driver's license photos and enhanced by FBI specialists, have been circulated nationwide, yet no credible sightings have been reported. "Someone out there knows who these people really are," said Detective Harmon. "Someone has encountered them in their new lives wherever they've settled. We're asking the public to remain vigilant." And in quiet neighborhoods across America, people have begun looking at their homes differently, wondering what secrets might lie beneath familiar surfaces, behind walls that have stood for decades, under floors they've walked across thousands of times. For Melanie Thompson, one question remains unanswered, a question that keeps her awake long into the night. Why had the Whitmans left the remains behind? Had they been confident that their handiwork would never be discovered? Or had they been forced to flee suddenly, leaving behind evidence they had intended to take with them? Perhaps we'll never know, or perhaps somewhere in another quiet house on another tree-lined street, a new homeowner will notice something unusual, a floor that doesn't sound quite right when tapped, a wall that seems slightly warmer than it should be, a closet that extends just a bit too far. And the cycle will begin again. The silver charm bracelet that started it all now sits in an evidence locker at the Oak Ridge Police Department. Melanie says she never wants it back. Some things, she told Detective Harmon in their final interview, you can never really clean enough. Crime 3, the stuffed elephant, had been a garage sale find. It squeaked when squeezed. until one day it played a distorted voice instead, muffled, frantic, repeating her name. When she opened the toy, there was a tiny recorder stitched inside, still running. Emma Langford had always been drawn to second-hand treasures. At 32, her modest two-bedroom home in Pinewood, Michigan was filled with carefully curated finds, vintage picture frames, weathered books, and gentle-faced dolls that she meticulously cleaned and arranged on pine shelves. Her colleagues at the local library often joked that Emma lived more in the past than the present. She had grown up in Pinewood, a quiet child with wistful eyes who preferred the company of stories to people. Her parents had died within a year of each other when she was in her 20s, her father from a sudden heart attack, her mother from what the neighbors called a broken heart, though the death certificate listed pneumonia as the cause. Emma had inherited the family home and a sense of profound solitude that she had gradually come to embrace. Every Saturday morning, Emma followed the same routine. She would rise at 7, brew a cup of Earl Grey tea, and scan the local paper for garage sales. On this particular April morning in 2019, a small listing caught her eye. Moving sale, 1422 Briarwood Lane, everything must go. The address was in the old Victorian district, where grand houses stood like aging dowagers behind wrought iron fences. The home belonged to the Caldwell family, Emma learned from the tired-looking woman who greeted her. They were relocating to Arizona for Mr. Caldwell's health. Their daughter, now grown with children of her own, had already taken what she wanted from her childhood bedroom. "Feel free to look through everything," Mrs. Caldwell said. "We just want it gone." Emma moved methodically through tables of kitchenware and boxes of books until she reached a cardboard box marked Ashley's Toys. Inside, nestled among plastic ponies and tattered board games, was a stuffed elephant. Its gray velvet was worn smooth in places, but its glass eyes still captured the light with surprising clarity. When Emma squeezed it gently, it emitted a soft squeak. "How much for this?" she asked, holding up the elephant. $2, Mrs. Caldwell replied, barely glancing at it. Ashley carried that thing everywhere until she was about 7. Then one day she just didn't want it anymore. She shrugged. Kids. Emma paid for the elephant and a few vintage paperbacks, tucked her purchases into her canvas tote bag, and walked the 6 blocks home. The elephant found a place on her nightstand, its trunk curled upward in what seemed like a gesture of perpetual optimism. For 3 weeks the elephant sat undisturbed, watching Emma as she slept, read, and dreamed in the soft lamplight. Then, on a Wednesday evening, as rain tapped against her bedroom window, Emma reached for the elephant and gave it an absent-minded squeeze. Instead of the expected squeak, a distorted sound emerged, a scratchy, static-filled noise that made Emma's hand jerk away. She stared at the toy, wondering if her ears were playing tricks on her. Cautiously, she pressed it again. This time she heard it clearly, a voice, distant and desperate, saying what sounded like a name, her name. "Emma, Emma, please." The hair on her arms stood up. Emma turned the elephant over in her hands, examining it carefully for the first time. The stitching along its back seemed newer than the rest, the thread a slightly different shade of gray. With trembling fingers, she found a pair of scissors in her bedside drawer and carefully cut the thread. Inside the elephant's stuffed body, nestled among the synthetic filling, was a small black rectangle, a voice recorder, no bigger than her thumb. A tiny red light blinked, indicating it was still running. Emma's first instinct was to drop it, to throw it away, to pretend she had never found it. But curiosity, that fatal human flaw, made her press the playback button instead. At first there was only silence, punctuated by the sound of breathing. Then a child's voice, sweet and clear. "This is Ashley's secret recorder. If you find this, you're my new best friend." A pause, static. The recording jumped ahead as if edited. "He came back again tonight. Mommy said he's not supposed to be here when Daddy's away, but he brings her flowers and makes her laugh." Ashley's voice had dropped to a whisper. "I'm supposed to be asleep, but I can hear them downstairs." Another jump in the recording. "I'm scared. He gets so angry sometimes. I saw him hit Mommy once, but she said it was an accident. She told me not to tell Daddy. She said it would make him sad." Emma sat frozen on her bed, the recorder in her palm, listening as Ashley's fragmented diary continued. Days seemed to pass between entries, weeks perhaps. The child's voice grew more worried, more hushed. "He's here again, they're fighting, Mommy's crying." Static, then screams, distant, muffled, terrifying. A thud, silence. And finally the voice that had first caught Emma's attention. "Emma, Emma, please." It wasn't her name after all, it was Mama. The recording ended. Emma stared at the small device, trying to make sense of what she had heard. Was this some elaborate prank, a child's imagination running wild, or had she stumbled upon something far more sinister? The next morning, Emma called in sick to the library. Instead, she drove back to 1422 Briarwood Lane, only to find the house empty, a sold sign staked in the front yard. The neighbors knew little about the Caldwells. They had kept to themselves, they said. Yes, there had been a daughter, a quiet thing who stopped playing outside around the time she started school. Emma's search for answers led her to the local newspaper's online archives. She scrolled through years of articles, looking for any mention of the Caldwell family. Nothing seemed amiss until she found a small item from 2012. Local businessman Robert Caldwell returns home after extended work assignment overseas. The accompanying photo showed a tall man with a receding hairline, his arm around Mrs. Caldwell. Between them stood a solemn-faced girl of about 10, Ashley, Emma presumed. What caught Emma's attention was the date of the article, October 2012. According to the recording, Mr. Caldwell had been away on business trips much more recently than that. Driven by a growing unease, Emma dug deeper. She found Mrs. Caldwell on social media, Karen Caldwell, whose profile was sparse but public. There were few photos, mostly landscapes and inspirational quotes. One post from 2018 showed a young woman in a graduation cap and gown, "So proud of my Ashley, off to college and new adventures." The comments below were polite congratulations, including one from Robert Caldwell's account. But something about his message seemed oddly formal. Congratulations to Ashley on this achievement, wishing her all the best in her future endeavors. Emma scrolled further back and noticed something strange. There were no photos of the three of them together after 2013. In fact, there were no clear photos of Robert at all after that year, only mentions of him in Karen's occasional updates. A chill ran through Emma as a theory began to form in her mind. She returned to the newspaper archives and expanded her search to include police reports and court records. Nothing for Robert Caldwell in Pinewood, nothing for any Caldwell. On an impulse, she searched for missing persons reports in neighboring counties from 2013 to 2014. The third page of results made her breath catch. A small article about an unidentified male body found in a wooded area 50 miles north of Pinewood in January 2014. The case had gone cold, the body never claimed. Over the following weeks, Emma became obsessed with the mystery. She created a timeline, cross-referencing the dates mentioned in Ashley's recordings with public records. She searched property records and discovered that the house on Briarwood Lane had been solely in Karen Caldwell's name since 2013, though it had previously been jointly owned. She found Ashley Caldwell on social media, now Ashley Brennan, married and living in Phoenix. Her profile showed a smiling young woman with her husband and a newborn baby. There were photos of Karen visiting, but none of Robert, ever. Emma considered contacting Ashley directly, but hesitated. What would she say? I found your childhood toy with a recording of what might be a domestic violence incident or worse. How would that affect the young woman's life, her relationship with her mother? Instead, Emma anonymously mailed the recorder to the detective who had been assigned to the unidentified body case, along with a carefully worded letter explaining where she had found it and what she suspected. 3 months later, a small article appeared in the local paper, Cold Case Reopened, 2014 Unidentified Remains Linked to Missing Person. The article didn't mention the Caldwells by name, only that new evidence had led investigators to identify the remains and that a person of interest was being questioned in connection with the death. Emma kept the elephant, its belly now resewn. She placed it on her highest shelf, its glass eyes watching over her room. Sometimes, late at night when the house settled around her, she imagined she could hear the faintest whisper coming from it, a child's secret, a woman's fear, a truth long buried in stuffing and silence. The case against Karen Caldwell proceeded slowly through the justice system. The evidence was largely circumstantial. The recordings, the suspicious timing of Robert's disappearance, financial transactions that suggested premeditation. Karen maintained that Robert had abandoned them, that any suggestion otherwise was preposterous. Ashley's testimony proved crucial. Now in her 20s, she described the man her mother had been seeing during her father's business trips, a man who disappeared around the same time her father supposedly left them. She spoke of nights filled with arguments, of her mother's erratic behavior, of being told never to mention certain things to her father. The toy recorder had been a gift from her real father, Ashley testified. She had used it as a diary of sorts, hiding it in her elephant where her mother wouldn't find it. When she'd realized something terrible had happened, she'd been too frightened to tell anyone. Instead, she'd buried her suspicions along with her beloved toy, eventually leaving both behind when she fled to college. As the trial concluded and Karen Caldwell was sentenced to 20 years for second-degree murder, Emma watched from the back of the courtroom. She made eye contact with Ashley just once, a brief, understanding glance between two strangers connected by a child's toy and the secrets it had kept. Emma still visits garage sales every Saturday morning. She still collects discarded treasures and forgotten mementos, but now she looks at them differently, wondering what stories they carry, what whispers might emerge if you listen closely enough. In the quiet of her home, surrounded by objects that once belonged to others, she understands that everything holds a history, some obvious in their worn edges and faded colors, others hidden deeper, waiting for someone to care enough to find them. Crime 4, Madison Cole had always been careful about locking her doors. Growing up in Pinewood, Connecticut, population 6,742, hadn't made her paranoid, but rather instilled in her a quiet vigilance that had served her well through 32 years of life. Her father, a former police officer, had taught her to notice the small things, a slightly ajar window, footprints in soft soil, unfamiliar vehicles. These lessons had seemed excessive in her youth, but on October 17, 2023, as Madison pulled into her driveway after a 12-hour nursing shift at Pinewood Memorial, she was grateful for her father's teachings. The car shouldn't have been there. a navy blue 2018 Honda Accord with Massachusetts plates, parked nearly in the exact spot where Madison typically left her own silver Subaru. There were no dents or obvious signs of distress, no indication of how or why it had appeared in her driveway. Madison sat in her car for several long moments, engine idling, the radio still playing softly, some late-night talk show discussing the recent string of home invasions 2 counties over. She called the police first. Officer Daniels arrived 20 minutes later, shining his flashlight around the vehicle's exterior, peering through the windows. "No signs of forced entry," he muttered, jotting notes in a small pad. "No blood, no obvious struggle." Madison stood back, arms crossed against the October chill, watching her breath form small clouds in the night air. "You sure you don't know whose car this is, ma'am?" Officer Daniels asked again, though Madison had already told him twice that she had no idea. "Positive," she replied. "I don't know anyone with a blue Honda." The license plate came back registered to a Thomas Geller from Worcester, Massachusetts. No reports of it being stolen. No criminal record for Mr. Geller. Just a 47-year-old accountant who, according to Officer Daniels' database, had no apparent connection to Madison, Cole, or Pinewood, Connecticut. "We'll contact Mr. Geller in the morning," Officer Daniels said, his tone suggesting this was little more than an inconvenience, perhaps a navigational error or a mistaken address. "For now, I'd suggest you park on the street and leave this vehicle be. We'll get it sorted tomorrow." Madison nodded, but something felt wrong. The car was too deliberately placed, too clean, too intentional. After Officer Daniels left, promising to drive by again during his night rounds, Madison found herself lingering in her driveway, staring at the Honda. The night had grown quiet, just the occasional rustle of autumn leaves and distant highway sounds. Her neighbors' houses were dark, everyone asleep, or at least pretending to be. She approached the car slowly, her phone's flashlight illuminating the interior. The front seats were empty except for a coffee cup in the holder, Starbucks half finished. The back seat appeared damp, as if someone had spilled water or perhaps it had been recently cleaned. Madison tried the driver's side door, expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. The door opened with a soft click that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. Madison hesitated, then lined in, careful not to touch anything. The keys hung from the ignition. A faint smell of pine air freshener mixed with something else, something chemical and sharp. Cleaning solution, perhaps. Her flashlight beam caught the glove compartment, slightly ajar. Madison knew she should wait for the police to return, knew that touching anything could contaminate potential evidence. But evidence of what? A simple mix-up didn't require forensic analysis. And yet something primitive in her brain was sending warning signals, making the hair on her arms stand on end. She opened the glove compartment. Inside was a manila folder, unmarked and new-looking. Madison carefully lifted it out with 2 fingers as if it might burn her. When she opened it, her heart nearly stopped. The first page was her 2022 tax return. Behind it were photographs, Madison at 12 years old at her grandmother's lake house, Madison at her high school graduation, Madison walking across the parking lot of the hospital where she worked, clearly taken within the past month. And at the back of the folder, a USB drive labeled in neat block letters, home visit footage. Madison dropped the folder back into the glove compartment, her hands trembling. She backed away from the car, nearly tripping over her own feet in her haste to get distance between herself and the Honda. She called Officer Daniels again, her voice breaking as she explained what she'd found. He arrived in 7 minutes this time, along with another patrol car. "You shouldn't have touched anything, Ms. Cole," Officer Daniels said, but his tone had changed. No longer dismissive, now tense, alert. The police secured the scene with yellow tape. Madison watched from her porch as they carefully removed the folder, placing it in an evidence bag. One officer took photographs of the car's interior while another spoke quietly into his radio, requesting forensic support. "Ms. Cole," Officer Daniels approached her on the porch, his expression grave. "We're going to need to check your house. It's possible someone has been inside." Madison felt her chest tighten, her sanctuary, her safe place potentially violated. She nodded wordlessly and handed over her keys. Two officers conducted a thorough search while Madison sat in Officer Daniels' patrol car, wrapped in a blanket someone had given her. The night had grown colder, or perhaps it was just the fear making her shiver. "House is clear," came the report over the radio, "but you'll want to see this." Madison was not allowed to re-enter her home until nearly dawn. The forensic team had found small cameras hidden throughout her house, one in the living room smoke detector, another behind the bathroom mirror, a third in the bedroom ceiling fan. All wireless, all transmitting to somewhere unknown. "How long," Madison asked, her voice barely audible, "how long have they been watching me?" No one could answer that question. The cameras were professional grade, designed for long-term surveillance. The timestamps on the recovered files suggested at least 3 months of footage had been collected. Thomas Geller was found in his Worcester apartment that morning, dead from an apparent suicide. A single gunshot wound to the head, the gun still in his hand. His laptop was open to a complex series of video feeds, all dark now, but unmistakably the interior of Madison's home. But nothing in Geller's life explained his connection to Madison. They had never met, never worked together, never lived in the same city. His family was shocked, claiming he had been acting normally, showing no signs of obsession or mental distress. His browser history showed no searches for Madison Cole, no digital stalking footprint. His financial records revealed no unusual purchases beyond the surveillance equipment. The USB drive contained hundreds of hours of footage of Madison in her home, cooking dinner, reading on her couch, sleeping. Mundane moments of private life meticulously cataloged and time-stamped. But the most disturbing file was the one titled Next Visit, TXT, a detailed plan to enter her home while she slept, 3 days from the night she discovered the car. As investigations continued, more questions emerged than answers. Geller's phone records showed repeated calls to a burner phone that was never recovered. His email contained encrypted messages that forensic technicians couldn't crack. And most disturbing, a receipt for 3 identical Honda Accords, all purchased with cash over the past year. 2 months after discovering the car in her driveway, Madison Cole moved away from Pinewood. She changed her name, her appearance, her profession. The case remained open but inactive, filed under stalking, and cross-referenced with 3 similar incidents across New England. The other 2 Honda Accords were never found. Sometimes late at night, Madison, now calling herself Sarah, checks her driveway before going to bed. She has cameras of her own now, monitoring the perimeter of her new home in a state far from Connecticut. She keeps a baseball bat beside her bed and sleeps with the lights on. Because she knows now what her father always understood. Vigilance isn't paranoia when something is truly watching. And somewhere out there, someone still has the footage of her most private moments, cataloged and saved for reasons she may never understand. And sometimes, when sleep won't come, she wonders about those other two cars, and who might find one parked in their driveway, keys in the ignition, backseat still wet from cleaning. Crime 5, the suburbs of Springfield, Massachusetts always seemed immune to tragedy. Tree-lined streets, well-maintained lawns, and neighborhood barbecues defined life on Lakewood Drive, where Ellen McKinney had lived for 23 years. At 51, Ellen was known for her morning walks, her volunteer work at the local library, and the meticulous care she took of her garden. Her neighbors described her as reliable as the seasons, always there with a wave or a kind word, her presence a constant in their daily lives. Ellen lived alone after her divorce 7 years prior, but she was far from lonely. Her sister called every Sunday afternoon. Her book club met twice monthly in her living room, and her colleagues at the accounting firm where she worked as an office manager relied on her steady presence. Ellen was, by all accounts, a woman who had carefully constructed a life of quiet contentment. On Tuesday, November 17, 2021, Ellen left work at her usual time, 5:15 p.m. Security footage showed her walking to her silver Honda Civic in the parking garage, carrying her beige leather handbag and the travel mug she used daily. The timestamp on the garage exit camera confirmed she drove out at 5:23 p.m. The drive home to Lakewood Drive typically took 18 minutes. Ellen never arrived. When she failed to answer her sister's text that evening, it didn't immediately raise alarms. When she didn't appear at work the following morning, her colleagues assumed she was sick. It wasn't until Jennifer Walters, her next-door neighbor, noticed Ellen's mail accumulating on Thursday that someone approached her front door. The house was locked, the curtains drawn. Ellen's car wasn't in the driveway or garage. The silence inside felt heavy with absence. Detective Marcus Holloway took the missing persons report on Friday morning. At first, it seemed like a standard case, a middle-aged woman possibly taking an unannounced break from her routine life. Perhaps she'd gone to visit a friend. Perhaps she'd simply needed space. The investigation began with the quiet, measured pace that matched Ellen's own life. But as the days passed, the careful architecture of Ellen's existence revealed subtle fractures that no one had noticed before. "I can't understand why she'd leave her cat," Jennifer told Detective Holloway. "Milo was everything to her. She wouldn't even stay overnight anywhere without arranging for someone to check on him." The tabby cat had been found pacing anxiously when police first entered Ellen's home, his food and water bowls nearly empty. Ellen's bank accounts showed no unusual activity. Her credit cards remained unused after her last grocery purchase on the afternoon she disappeared. Her passport was still in her desk drawer. Her toothbrush and daily medications remained in her bathroom cabinet. It was as though Ellen had simply evaporated somewhere between the office parking garage and her front door. As Detective Holloway interviewed Ellen's colleagues, a more complex picture began to emerge. 2 weeks before her disappearance, Ellen had seemed distracted. She'd made uncharacteristic errors in the office filing system. She'd forgotten a standing lunch date with her friend Clara. And according to her supervisor, Ellen had been spotted sitting in her car in the parking garage for nearly 40 minutes after work one evening, simply staring straight ahead. She seemed stressed, Clara admitted during her interview, but when I asked, she just smiled and said she was dealing with some old business. I didn't push it. Now I wish I had. The investigation reached its first turning point when technicians recovered deleted emails from Ellen's computer. 3 messages from an account named JD1975 at mailbox.com contained cryptic references to unfinished conversations and the truth about that summer. The final email, sent just 1 day before Ellen vanished, read simply, "I'll be in town tomorrow. We need to talk. same place as before. Detective Holloway's focus shifted to Ellen's past. Her ex-husband David McKinney, now remarried and living in Vermont, expressed genuine shock at her disappearance. Their divorce had been amicable, the result of quietly growing apart rather than any dramatic rupture. Phone records confirmed they hadn't spoken in months. Ellen's sister Rachel provided the first significant clue when she mentioned a period in Ellen's life that seemed conspicuously absent from her usual reminiscences. "She never talks about the summer she turned 22, Rachel said. "There was some kind of falling out with her friend group in college. She transferred to a different university that fall and never explained why." The investigation led Detective Holloway to Brookhaven, a small town 3 hours west of Springfield. Records showed that Ellen had lived there during the summer of 1992, sharing a house with 4 other students while working at a local diner. 3 of those former housemates were easily located. The 4th, James Decker, had seemingly vanished from public records after 1993. "We all just assumed he'd moved away," former housemate Melissa Turner told police. "The lease ended and everyone went their separate ways. Ellen left earlier than expected, said she needed to be closer to family. I remember it seemed sudden." Local newspaper archives from Brookhaven revealed a brief report from August 1992 about police investigating an incident at Lake Stillwater, a popular swimming spot near the house Ellen had shared with her friends. The report mentioned no names and no charges were ever filed. When confronted with this information, Melissa Turner's composure visibly cracked. "We promised never to talk about it," she whispered. "It was an accident. James and Ellen were arguing on the dock. It got physical. She pushed him away and he fell back and hit his head on a post before falling into the water." According to Turner, the group had panicked. They were young, afraid, and had all been drinking. They pulled James from the water, but he wasn't breathing. In their fear and confusion, they made a decision that would haunt them for decades. They weighted his body and sank it in the deepest part of the lake. "We convinced ourselves it was an accident, that we'd all be ruined if we came forward," Turner admitted through tears. "Ellen was the only one who wanted to call the police. The rest of us, we pressured her to stay quiet. She left town the next day. We never spoke again." Cell phone tower data placed Ellen's phone near Lake Stillwater on the evening of her disappearance. Her car was discovered 3 days after Turner's confession, parked at a small boat launch on the lake's northern shore. Inside was a sealed envelope addressed to Detective Holloway containing a detailed account of that night in 1992 and the years of guilt that followed. The letter's final paragraph read, "I don't know who contacted me after all these years, threatening to expose what happened, but I'm tired of running from the truth. Whatever happens next, I've made my peace." A comprehensive search of Lake Stillwater recovered James Decker's remains exactly where Turner had described. Forensic examination confirmed he had suffered a blunt force trauma to the back of his head, consistent with striking a wooden post. Despite extensive search efforts, Ellen McKinney was never found. The investigation remains open, her disappearance officially unsolved. Security cameras at businesses surrounding the lake showed her arriving alone that evening, walking toward the water as darkness fell. No footage captured her leaving. In the quiet neighborhood on Lakewood Drive, Jennifer Walters now cares for Milo the cat. Ellen's garden has grown wild. Her book club still meets, though they've changed their gathering place. And occasionally, someone driving past the empty house will slow down, looking at the darkened windows and wondering about the woman who once lived there, a woman who vanished not once but twice. Some locals believe Ellen took her own life that night, overcome by the burden of her past. Others think she simply disappeared, starting fresh somewhere beyond the reach of old secrets. Detective Holloway keeps her case file on his desk, returning to it in quiet moments, troubled by the letter's unexplained reference to someone who had contacted Ellen after all those years. The truth about Ellen McKinney remains as murky as the waters of Lake Stillwater, a life carefully constructed around the weight of a single terrible moment, and then, like ripples fading on a dark surface, gone. Crime 6, the small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, had always taken pride in its historic church. St. Augustine's Chapel had stood on the same plot of land since 1887, its white steeple visible from almost anywhere in the valley. For generations, the residents gathered there each Sunday, their lives marked by baptisms, weddings, and funerals within its weathered walls. Pastor James Whitaker had served the congregation for nearly 15 years. At 47, he was respected and well-liked, known for his thoughtful sermons and community outreach programs. A widower with no children, the church had become his life, his congregation, his family. He lived in the modest parsonage next door, often seen tending to the gardens that separated the two buildings or walking his aging golden retriever along the creek behind the property. When the church board approved renovations to the aging sanctuary in March of 2022, no one expected anything beyond the usual challenges of updating a century-old building. The wooden floors had begun to warp in certain areas, the old heating system needed replacement, and the congregation had grown enough to justify expanding the fellowship hall. Pastor Whitaker had championed these improvements for years, meticulously planning fundraisers and grant applications. On April 17th, the work began. The congregation temporarily relocated their services to the local high school auditorium, while contractors started the careful process of preserving what could be saved and replacing what couldn't. The first week proceeded without incident as workers removed the old pews and began lifting the worn floorboards in the sanctuary. It was Derek Schieffer, a 28-year-old carpenter on the renovation crew, who first noticed something unusual beneath the pulpit area. As he pried up the oak planks that had been installed during a previous renovation in the 1950s, he found not the original flooring or foundation they expected, but a layer of concrete. It was odd, Derek later told investigators. This section was poured differently, almost like an afterthought, and the concrete was newer than it should have been for a building this age. His supervisor, Mike Lawson, initially dismissed it as a patched job from previous repairs. But when they began breaking through the concrete to access the foundation below, Derek's hammer struck something solid that wasn't stone or brick, something that echoed hollow. By mid-afternoon, the workers had exposed what appeared to be a wooden chest, approximately 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. It was secured with a heavy chain wrapped multiple times around its body, fastened with a padlock that had long since rusted shut. "We thought maybe it was a time capsule," Mike said. "Old churches sometimes buried records or memorabilia during anniversaries or renovations." I called Pastor Whitaker immediately. What struck the workers as strange, however, was that the chest appeared to have been deliberately encased in concrete, as if someone had wanted to ensure it would never be found. The concrete had been poured around it, forming a tight seal. Pastor Whitaker arrived shortly after receiving the call. Those present later commented on his unusual reaction. Rather than expressing curiosity or excitement at the discovery, the normally composed pastor seemed agitated, insisting that they leave everything untouched until he could consult with historical preservation experts. He kept saying it might contain fragile documents that could be damaged, recalled Angela Martinez, the project manager, but something felt off about how nervous he seemed. When Pastor Whitaker left to make some calls, the workers, driven by curiosity, decided to open the chest. Using a pair of bolt cutters, they snapped the deteriorated lock and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, neatly folded and remarkably preserved, lay a wedding dress of vintage design, its ivory silk yellowed with age. Beside it, they found a small leather-bound book of hymns, its edges charred as though someone had attempted to burn it. And at the bottom of the chest, wrapped in what appeared to be an altar cloth, was a framed photograph. The image showed a much younger James Whitaker, perhaps in his early 30s, standing in what appeared to be woods at night. The flash of the camera had created an eerie effect, illuminating just the pastor and what looked like freshly disturbed earth at his feet, a shallow grave. By the time Pastor Whitaker returned, the workers had already contacted the police. Detective Sarah Monroe of the Millbrook Police Department arrived within 30 minutes, immediately securing the church as a potential crime scene. The expression on his face when he saw that we'd opened the chest, Derek would later testify, "I'll never forget it. It wasn't anger or fear, it was resignation." Pastor Whitaker offered no resistance when Detective Monroe asked him to come to the station for questioning. He sat quietly in the interview room, hands folded on the table, his usual warm demeanor replaced by a distant, almost tranquil calm. The investigation that followed revealed layers of secrets buried nearly as deeply as the mysterious chest. The wedding dress was identified as belonging to Rebecca Winters, a 26-year-old woman who had disappeared from the neighboring town of Glendale in 2008, just 3 months before her wedding to her college sweetheart, Michael Pearson. Rebecca had been a member of St. Augustine's youth group as a teenager and had maintained ties to the church even after moving away for college. She had returned to the area after graduation, taking a job as an elementary school teacher in Glendale, 12 miles from Millbrook. Her disappearance had been investigated extensively, but no leads had materialized. She had simply vanished one evening after leaving a friend's house. The hymnal found in the chest contained handwritten notes in the margins, messages between two people identified only by initials. Forensic analysis would later confirm the handwriting matched samples from both Rebecca and Pastor Whitaker. As Detective Monroe pieced together the relationship between the missing woman and the respected pastor, a disturbing picture emerged. Former church members recalled that Rebecca had been volunteering at St. Augustine's around the time of her disappearance, helping with a summer program. Several remembered noticing tension between her and Pastor Whitaker, though no one had thought much of it at the time. "She seemed uncomfortable around him," said Alina Weiss, who had been the church secretary for over 20 years before retiring. "I asked her about it once, and she just said they had different perspectives on her upcoming marriage. I assumed it was something theological." The investigation uncovered email correspondence between Rebecca and her fiancé in the weeks before her disappearance. In one message, she mentioned needing to resolve something from the past before their wedding. In another, she wrote about feeling conflicted about old promises that were resurfacing. 2 months into the investigation, the photograph found in the chest led detectives to a wooded area on church property near the creek that ran behind the parsonage. Using ground-penetrating radar, they located an anomaly consistent with disturbed soil. Excavation revealed human remains, eventually identified through dental records as Rebecca Winters. Throughout the investigation, Pastor Whitaker maintained his silence, speaking only through his attorney. It wasn't until the preliminary hearing that the community finally heard his version of events a story that many found difficult to reconcile with the man they thought they knew. According to his testimony, he and Rebecca had been involved in a relationship years earlier when she was 19 and he was a 30-year-old associate pastor at a different church. The relationship had ended when he took the position at St. Augustine's, but Rebecca had reached out to him after becoming engaged, expressing doubts about her upcoming marriage. She wanted to meet to get closure, his attorney read from a prepared statement. When she came to the church that night, our conversation became heated. She threatened to reveal our past relationship to the church board if I didn't help her break off her engagement. There was a struggle near the pulpit. She fell and hit her head on the corner of a pew. The medical examiner's report, however, indicated that Rebecca had died from strangulation, not blunt force trauma. The defensive wounds on her hands suggested she had fought desperately for her life. The case never went to trial. 2 days before jury selection was set to begin, James Whittaker was found dead in his cell, having fashioned a noose from his bedsheet. He left behind a journal containing a full confession, not just to Rebecca's murder, but to a lifetime of manipulations and deceptions. The most haunting aspect of the case for many Millbrook residents wasn't just the betrayal by someone they had trusted, but the realization that for 14 years, they had worshipped every Sunday above the hidden grave of a young woman whose only crime had been threatening to expose a man who had taken advantage of her. The wedding dress, the burnt hymnal, the photograph, these weren't just evidence of a crime. They were trophies, kept close in a perverse shrine beneath the very spot where Pastor Whittaker had delivered hundreds of sermons about redemption and forgiveness. St. Augustine's Church never reopened after the renovation. The congregation, unable to reconcile with what had happened there, eventually sold the property. The new owners demolished the building, unable to overcome the stigma attached to it. Today, a memorial garden stands where the church once did, with a small plaque honoring Rebecca Winters. Her parents, now in their 70s, visit every year on her birthday, placing fresh flowers beside the marker. The locked chest, the dress, the photograph, all were eventually destroyed after the conclusion of the case. But for the people of Millbrook, the memory remains locked beneath the surface of their community, a reminder that sometimes the darkest secrets hide in the places meant to harbor light. The case of St. Augustine's Church has faded from national headlines, but in Millbrook, people still speak in hushed tones about the pastor who preached above his victim for 14 years, his feet resting on the concrete that sealed his secret, Sunday after Sunday, year after year, until the ground beneath him finally gave way. Crime 7, the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, had always prided itself on being a place where people left their doors unlocked. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, its population of just under 5,000 maintained that small-town intimacy where everyone knew everyone else's business, or at least they thought they did. Rebecca Lawson had been selling houses in Millfield for nearly 15 years. At 42, she had the warm, confident demeanor that put buyers at ease and the persistent determination that closed deals. Her auburn hair was always neatly styled, her blazers pressed, her smile ready. She was known as the woman who could sell ice to Eskimos, as the old saying went, but she prided herself on honesty. "I won't sell a house I wouldn't live in myself," she often told clients. That philosophy was being tested by the Old Victorian on Sycamore Drive. The house had been built in 1887 by a local textile merchant and had changed hands numerous times over the decades. Its most recent owners, the Hendersons, had abruptly moved to Arizona after just 8 months of residence, citing Mrs. Henderson's sudden respiratory issues requiring a drier climate. They'd left most of their furniture behind and agreed to a significantly below-market asking price. "It's a steal," Rebecca had told her colleague Martin over coffee. 3 stories, original woodwork, that gorgeous stained glass in the foyer, just needs some TLC. Martin had raised his eyebrows, and a reason why the Hendersons practically gave it away. Rebecca had shrugged. Sandy's asthma got worse. It happens in these old houses. But the truth was more complicated. Rebecca had been drawn to the house from the moment she'd gotten the listing. Something about its weathered elegance, the way light filtered through the wavy glass of the windows, the quiet creaking of the floorboards, it spoke to her. And yes, the commission would help with her daughter's college tuition. The first time Rebecca noticed something odd was 3 weeks after taking on the listing. She'd gone to check on the house after a storm, concerned about possible leaks in the roof. As she did a walkthrough, she climbed the narrow stairs to the attic to make sure the old windows there had remained sealed. The attic was spacious, with sloped ceilings and dormer windows on each end that let in angled light. Boxes and abandoned furniture from previous owners cluttered the space, including an old-fashioned dressmaker's mannequin in the corner. It stood silently by the chimney stack, its featureless form coated in a fine layer of dust. Rebecca made a mental note to suggest clearing the attic before showing the house to potential buyers. A week later, she returned with a photographer to take listing photos. As they made their way through the house, Rebecca preceded him up to the attic. "Watch your step," she called back, pushing open the hatch. "The lighting up here isn't great, but we should get a few shots to show the storage potential." She froze halfway through the doorway. The mannequin had moved. It now stood in the center of the room, facing the hatch. Rebecca felt a chill pass through her, despite the stuffy warmth of the attic. "Must have fallen and been put back," she murmured to herself. Perhaps Martin had come by to check on something and moved it. She made another mental note to ask him later. The photographer, Dave, seemed unperturbed. "Creepy thing," he commented, snapping pictures of the space. "Looks like something from a horror movie." "It's just a dressmaker's form," Rebecca said, more sharply than she'd intended. "The previous owners probably used it for sewing projects." Dave shrugged. "If you say so, still gives me the creeps." That evening, Rebecca called Martin. "Did you stop by the Sycamore house recently?" she asked, trying to keep her tone casual. "No, why? Problems with the listing?" No, she said quickly. "Just thought maybe you'd moved some things around in the attic." Martin laughed. "I haven't been near that place. You know how I feel about attics. Too many spiders." Rebecca felt unease settle in her stomach. Right, of course. The following Monday, Rebecca held an open house. The event went well, with 3 couples expressing serious interest. As the last potential buyers left, Rebecca began closing up, turning off lights and locking windows. Almost reluctantly, she made her way to the attic for a final check. The mannequin had moved again. Now it stood by one of the dormer windows, one arm slightly raised as if pointing or perhaps waving. Rebecca stood frozen at the top of the stairs, her heart hammering in her chest. The rational part of her mind scrambled for explanations. A draft, perhaps, or maybe one of the visitors had come up and moved it as a prank. But the hatch to the attic had been closed all day. She would have noticed if someone had gone up. Rebecca quickly backed down the stairs, closed the hatch firmly, and left the house, double-checking all the locks. That night she dreamed of the mannequin, its blank face somehow watching her, its rigid arms slowly rising to point. Over the next 2 weeks, Rebecca showed the house to several interested parties. Each time before bringing clients up, she would check the attic, and each time the mannequin had moved, sometimes slightly, sometimes dramatically. Once she found it positioned directly at the top of the stairs, as if waiting for her. Another time it was turned to face the wall, both arms now raised above its head. Rebecca began researching the history of the house more thoroughly. The local historical society provided information about the original owners and subsequent residents, but nothing stood out as unusual or concerning. No tragic deaths, no scandals, just an old house that had sheltered generations of ordinary people. Then Rebecca discovered the journal. She had been measuring a window in the master bedroom for a potential buyer who wanted to know if their antique curtains would fit when she noticed a loose floorboard. Curious, she pried it up and found a small leather-bound book wedged in the space beneath. The journal belonged to Elizabeth Winters, who had lived in the house from 1965 to 1967. The entries started mundane, complaints about plumbing, notes about garden plans, mentions of visits from neighbors. But they grew increasingly disturbed as months passed. Elizabeth wrote about noises in the attic, objects moving without explanation, and most disturbingly, a mannequin that her husband had brought home from his work at a department store. "Henry says I'm imagining things," she wrote in one entry dated March 12, 1966. "But I know what I saw. That thing was across the room yesterday, and today it's by the window. He says he moved it to dust, but Henry never dusts, never." The final entry, dated July 8, 1967, sent chills down Rebecca's spine. "It's watching me, I know it is. Henry doesn't believe me. No one does, but I've seen its head turn. Last night, I swear I heard it on the stairs. I'm leaving tomorrow, with or without Henry. I can't stay in this house another night." There was no record of what happened to Elizabeth after that. According to the Historical Society, the house was sold later that year to a family named Collins. There was no mention of Henry Winter's fate. Rebecca considered backing out of the listing but couldn't bring herself to do it. The house needed her, or perhaps she needed the house, needed to understand what was happening there. The next time Rebecca visited, she went straight to the attic, determined to confront her fears. The mannequin stood in its original position by the chimney stack. Rebecca approached it slowly, examining it closely for the first time. It was older than she'd first thought, with a weathered wooden base and a torso covered in faded fabric. Where a head should have been was a smooth, featureless oval, slightly yellowed with age. There were no markings to indicate its manufacturer or age. "What are you?" Rebecca whispered, feeling foolish but unable to help herself. The mannequin, of course, remained still and silent. 2 days later, Rebecca returned with a potential buyer, a young couple looking for their first home. As she led them through the house, emphasizing the original details and spacious rooms, she deliberately avoided mentioning the attic. But the husband, an architect with an eye for structure, asked about it. "Is there access to the attic? I'd like to check the roof supports." Rebecca hesitated, then nodded. "Of course, this way." She led them up the narrow stairs, her heart pounding with each step. As she pushed open the hatch, she braced herself, unsure of what they would find. The mannequin was gone. Rebecca blinked, scanning the attic space. The dust-covered boxes remained, the old furniture sat undisturbed, but the corner by the chimney stack was empty. "Not much up here," the husband commented, moving past her to examine the roof beams. "No," Rebecca agreed faintly, "not much at all." After the couple left, promising to call her with an offer, Rebecca searched the entire attic, then the whole house. The mannequin was nowhere to be found. That night, Rebecca couldn't sleep. Images of the mannequin kept flashing through her mind, its blank face, its rigid posture, its inexplicable movements. Around 3 in the morning, she gave up on sleep and drove to the house on Sycamore Drive. The old Victorian loomed against the night sky, its windows dark and empty. Rebecca let herself in, moving through the familiar rooms with only the beam of her flashlight to guide her. She wasn't sure what she was looking for or what she expected to find, but some compulsion had driven her here. In the kitchen, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a door, small and unobtrusive, built into the paneling beneath the stairs. It must lead to a storage space, she thought, though she couldn't recall seeing it on the house plans. The door was locked, but the old-fashioned keyhole was empty. Rebecca rummaged through her key ring until she found a small, slender key that might fit, one she'd discovered in a drawer weeks ago and had assumed belonged to a cabinet. The key slid in smoothly and turned with a soft click. The door swung open to reveal a narrow passage leading into darkness. Rebecca hesitated, then shone her flashlight into the opening. The beam illuminated a small room, barely larger than a closet, with a dirt floor and rough stone walls. And there, propped against the far wall, was the mannequin. But it had changed. Where the blank oval face had been, someone had carved crude features, 2 deep gouges for eyes, a slash for a mouth. And clutched in its rigid fingers was a kitchen knife, its blade reflecting the beam of Rebecca's flashlight. Rebecca stumbled backward, her breath coming in sharp gasps. As the light from her flashlight swung wildly across the mannequin's face, she saw something that made her blood freeze. Carved into the forehead in jagged, uneven letters, "I told you I'd remember." The investigation that followed raised more questions than it answered. Police found no fingerprints on the mannequin or the knife except Rebecca's from when she'd examined it earlier. The small room beneath the stairs contained nothing else of interest, no footprints in the dirt floor, no evidence of recent entry. The journal Rebecca had found was authenticated as belonging to Elizabeth Winters, who, records showed, had been committed to a psychiatric facility in August 1967. She had died there 3 months later. Her husband, Henry, had indeed worked at a local department store that had closed in the 1970s. Most disturbing was what the police discovered when they dug up the dirt floor of the hidden room. The skeletal remains of an adult male, later confirmed through dental records to be Henry Winters. The case remains officially unsolved. The house on Sycamore Drive still stands, though it remains unsold. Rebecca Lawson no longer works in real estate. She moved to Florida shortly after the discovery, citing a need for a fresh start. Sometimes, late at night, residents of Millfield claim they can see a light moving from room to room in the old Victorian. But no one ever goes to investigate, and no one mentions the silhouette they sometimes glimpse in the attic window, a rigid, faceless figure that seems to be watching, waiting, remembering. Crime 8, a viral post, showed a photo of a missing teenager in another state. But it wasn't just the face, it was the same tattoo on the same spot, same handwriting, same design. She had thought it was original, custom. The girl went missing 5 years before she got it. The light in Poughkeepsie, New York always seemed different in October, softer somehow, as if the world was preparing for the long darkness of winter. This was especially true in the quiet neighborhood where the Mitchell family had lived for nearly 2 decades. Laura Mitchell, 17, was the kind of girl who collected autumn leaves and pressed them between the pages of her journal. She wrote poetry about the changing seasons and dreamed of becoming a writer someday. Her bedroom walls were covered with photographs she had taken herself, mostly landscapes, but a few portraits of her friends and younger brother, Tommy. People who knew Laura described her as thoughtful, maybe a bit reserved, but never unfriendly. She had a small circle of close friends, maintained good grades, and volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends. Her teachers at Poughkeepsie High School said she was the type of student who listened more than she spoke, but when she did contribute to class discussions, her insights were worth waiting for. On October 17, 2013, Laura walked home from school as usual. The distance wasn't far, just under a mile, and she typically enjoyed the solitude of the journey. She texted her mother at 3:42 p.m. to say she was stopping at Miller's convenience store for a soda. Security footage later confirmed she purchased a cherry cola and left the store at 3:51 p.m. That was the last confirmed sighting of Laura Mitchell. When she didn't arrive home by 4:30 p.m., her mother, Ellen Mitchell, wasn't immediately concerned. Laura sometimes stopped at the library or met with friends, but by 6:00 p.m., with no word and Laura not responding to texts, Ellen began calling her daughter's friends. No one had seen her. By 8:00 p.m., the Mitchells had contacted the police. The initial search focused on the route Laura would have taken home from Miller's. Officers canvassed the neighborhood, checked local businesses for security footage, and interviewed residents. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that day. No suspicious vehicles reported, no strangers noticed in the area. Laura's backpack was found the next morning, partially hidden in a drainage ditch about a quarter-mile from her home. All of her school's supplies were still inside, along with her wallet containing $23 and her library card. Only her phone was missing. What caught investigators' attention was a small detail mentioned by Laura's best friend, Alyssa Kimura. According to Alyssa, Laura had been working on a design for a tattoo she planned to get when she turned 18, just 4 months away. The design was a small, stylized constellation of stars forming the Little Dipper with a crescent moon beneath it. Laura had drawn it on her left wrist with pen for weeks, refining the design. She was particularly proud that she'd incorporated her own handwriting into the design. The words, "Find your way home," curved along the moon's edge in her distinctive, flowing script. Detective Marcus Holloway, the lead investigator, noted this detail in his report but didn't consider it significant at the time. The focus remained on traditional avenues of investigation, tracking Laura's cell phone, which never connected to any tower after 3:45 p.m. that day, searching the surrounding woods with cadaver dogs and developing a timeline of her last known movements. Weeks passed with no substantial leads. Laura's case generated moderate local media coverage, but without evidence of foul play or any clear suspects, public interest gradually waned. The Mitchell family appeared on regional news programs, pleading for information. They established a modest reward fund and maintained a Facebook page dedicated to finding their daughter. By the 1-year anniversary of Laura's disappearance, the active investigation had cooled considerably. Detective Holloway still checked in with the family monthly, but he had been assigned to other cases. The Mitchells tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy for their son Tommy's sake, though Ellen later admitted in interviews that she would sit in Laura's untouched bedroom for hours, hoping for the phone call that never came. 5 years later, and nearly 800 miles away in Lexington, Kentucky, 22-year-old Megan Donovan scrolled through her Instagram feed during her lunch break at the veterinary clinic where she worked as a receptionist. A friend had tagged her in a post from a true crime account. She followed a compilation of missing persons cases that remained unsolved. Megan almost scrolled past the familiar face, then stopped and stared at her phone screen in disbelief. The post showed a smiling teenage girl with auburn hair and hazel eyes, but what made Megan's blood run cold wasn't just the face, it was the tattoo visible on the girl's wrist in the photo. A small constellation of stars forming the Little Dipper with a crescent moon beneath it, and along the edge of the moon, in delicate script, "Find your way home." It was identical to the tattoo Megan had gotten 2 years earlier on her own left wrist. With trembling hands, Megan enlarged the image and read the caption, "Laura Mitchell, 17, disappeared from Poughkeepsie, NY on October 17, 2013 while walking home from school. This case remains unsolved." Megan felt dizzy. The tattoo she had believed was completely unique, designed just for her by a tattoo artist named Victor at Ink and Needle. A small shop she'd visited on vacation in Chicago was somehow the exact design this missing girl had apparently created. That evening, Megan couldn't stop thinking about the coincidence. She searched online for more information about Laura Mitchell's case and found the Facebook page maintained by the family. There were more photos there, including several showing Laura's hand-drawn design on her wrist, the exact same constellation, moon, and script that was now permanently inked on Megan's skin. After a sleepless night, Megan called the number listed on the page for information about Laura's case. Her call was transferred to Detective Holloway, who listened with increasing interest as Megan explained the tattoo coincidence. "How did you find the design?" Holloway asked. "I didn't," Megan replied. "The artist Victor said he had been saving it for someone special. He said it just seemed right for me." Holloway asked Megan to email photographs of her tattoo and the name and location of the Chicago tattoo parlor. Within days, 2 Lexington detectives visited Megan to photograph her tattoo and take a formal statement. The investigation now had its first new lead in years. Chicago police visited Ink and Needle, but discovered Victor Mercer, the artist Megan had described, had left the shop over a year ago. The owner had minimal information. Victor had worked there for approximately 8 months, kept to himself, and left without notice. He had presented credentials from studios in Seattle and Philadelphia, but when investigators checked, neither shop had any record of his employment. Back in Poughkeepsie, the Mitchells were cautiously hopeful about this strange development. Ellen Mitchell confirmed that Laura had never been to Chicago, as far as she knew, and certainly hadn't shared her design with any tattoo artists. The design had existed only in Laura's journal and the doodles on her wrist. Investigators obtained security footage from Ink and Needle from the day Megan received her tattoo. The bearded man identified as Victor bore no resemblance to any persons of interest in Laura's case. The shop maintained digital copies of ID cards for all clients, but no employment records for Victor beyond a social security number that proved to be fraudulent. The mystery deepened when 3 more women came forward after the story gained national attention. Each had the same tattoo, each believing it was a unique design created especially for them by tattoo artists in different cities: Portland, Austin, and Baltimore. All had received the tattoo within the past 3 years. None had any connection to Laura Mitchell or Poughkeepsie. Each described their tattoo artist differently, but certain behavioral patterns emerged in their accounts. The artist had been male, soft-spoken, and had suggested the design rather than the client bringing it in. Each woman reported that the artist had mentioned something about the design, finding its way home, or waiting for the right person, echoing the text within the tattoo itself. Digital enhancement of the security footage from each tattoo parlor confirmed they were different individuals. None matched any known offenders in the database. Forensic psychologists consulting on the case suggested two primary theories. Either someone connected to Laura's disappearance was deliberately spreading her design as some sort of signature or message, or more disturbingly, multiple individuals were involved in a network that shared this symbol among themselves. The investigation expanded to examine missing persons cases in each of the cities where the tattoo had appeared, looking for any patterns or connections. Background checks were conducted on each of the women who had received the tattoo, searching for any overlap in their histories that might explain why they had been selected. Meanwhile, Megan Donovan struggled with her own complicated emotions. The tattoo she had loved, that had felt so personally meaningful to her now, represented something uncertain and potentially sinister. She began wearing long sleeves or bracelets to cover it, uncomfortable with the stares it attracted from people who had heard about the case. 6 months into the renewed investigation, authorities still had no definitive answers. The tattoo artists remained unidentified. No direct connection had been established between Laura's disappearance and the mysterious replication of her design. Then came another breakthrough, as unexpected as the first. A hiker in the Catskill Mountains, approximately 30 miles from Poughkeepsie, discovered a weathered backpack caught in the rocks along a remote stream bed. Inside was a decomposed journal, its pages fused together by years of moisture, but with a plastic sleeve containing a single photograph still intact, Laura Mitchell smiling next to her mother at what appeared to be a birthday celebration. Also preserved in a zippered pocket was a crude hand-drawn map on waterproof paper, with 7 stars marked in different locations across the eastern United States. Investigators were able to identify 4 of the marked locations as the cities where Laura's tattoo had later appeared. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. Had Laura gone to the mountains voluntarily? Was the map her creation or someone else's? And perhaps most perplexing, how did her personal design spread to tattoo parlors in cities she had never visited years after her disappearance? To this day, Laura Mitchell remains missing. The women who bear her tattoo have formed an unlikely bond, meeting annually on the anniversary of her disappearance to share their experiences and support the ongoing search. 3 more individuals with the same tattoo have been identified, each with the same story of a soft-spoken artist who seemed to choose them for the design. Detective Holloway, now nearing retirement, keeps Laura's case file on his desk. In 30 years of police work, he often tells new detectives, "I've never seen anything like it. It's as if her design is searching for her, moving across the country from wrist to wrist, waiting to find its way home." The Mitchell family still maintains their Facebook page, which now features photographs of all the known tattoos identical to Laura's design. Ellen Mitchell responds personally to every message, hoping that somewhere, someone has the information that will finally bring her daughter home. And sometimes, late at night, Megan Donovan traces the constellation on her wrist and wonders about the girl who created it, and why, of all people, it found its way to her. Crime 9, the stitching along the side had always felt rough. One night she cut it open, and inside was a folded note sealed in plastic. It read, "They're watching from the vent. Don't pretend you can't hear them." That night, something whispered from behind the grate. Alina Davis had always been particular about her surroundings. Friends described her as meticulous, the kind of person who arranged her books by color and kept her spice rack in alphabetical order. At 32, she lived alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment in Oak Ridge, Minnesota, a small town where violent crime was practically non-existent. She had moved there 3 years earlier, seeking refuge from the noise and chaos of Chicago, where she had worked as a junior editor at a publishing house. In Oak Ridge, Alina found a quieter life. She worked remotely, edited manuscripts in the soft glow of her desk lamp, and took long walks along Pinewood Lake. Her neighbors knew her as friendly but reserved, someone who would smile and wave but rarely stopped for lengthy conversations. She called her mother in Wisconsin every Sunday evening at exactly 7 p.m., a routine as predictable as the changing seasons. Alina was the kind of person who noticed things others didn't. Her mother, Martha Davis, would later tell investigators. She could tell if someone had moved something on her desk by just a fraction of an inch. I used to tease her about it when she was young. This attention to detail would eventually save Alina's life, or perhaps condemn her to something worse than death, depending on who you ask. It began with small disturbances. In early October 2019, Alina mentioned to her mother that things in her apartment seemed off. A coffee mug placed on the wrong shelf, the bathroom towels folded differently than she remembered. Her mother dismissed these concerns as the product of stress and overwork. "Everyone misplaces things sometimes, Ellie," Martha had said, "even you." But Alina wasn't convinced. She started taking photos of her apartment before leaving each morning, comparing them meticulously upon her return. By late October, she had compiled what she called her displacement log, a detailed record of items that had been moved during her absence. The bathroom window left slightly ajar when she was certain she had closed it. The living room curtains drawn when she had left them open. On November 3rd, Alina called the local police. Officer James Harmon responded to the call, spending 45 minutes in Alina's apartment as she showed him her displacement log. His subsequent report described Alina as anxious but lucid, and noted that there were no signs of forced entry. He advised her to change her locks and install a basic security system. Alina followed his advice. She had new deadbolt locks installed the very next day and purchased a simple camera system that would notify her phone if it detected movement. For 2 weeks, nothing unusual happened. The cameras recorded no unexpected visitors, and Alina's displacement log remained empty. Then came the night of November 18th. Alina went to bed around 11 p.m., earlier than usual. She had been having trouble sleeping lately, often waking with the sensation that someone was watching her. That night, as she shifted in bed trying to get comfortable, she felt something that had bothered her since she purchased the mattress 6 months earlier, a rough patch of stitching along the left side. In her sleepless irritation, she decided to fix it once and for all. Alina retrieved a pair of scissors from her nightstand drawer and carefully cut along the seam. As the fabric parted, her fingers touched something unexpected, plastic. She pulled it out, a small plastic bag containing a folded piece of paper. With trembling hands, she opened it. The note, written in neat block letters, read, "They're watching from the vent. Don't pretend you can't hear them." Alina later told Detective Lisa Morgan that she had sat frozen on her bed for what felt like hours, staring at the air vent on the wall opposite her bed. It was a standard ventilation grate, rectangular and unremarkable, but now, in the dim light of her bedside lamp, it seemed to hold something sinister. "I didn't move," Alina said during her first formal interview. "I just sat there listening, and then I heard it, a soft sound like breathing coming from behind the grate." Alina didn't call the police that night. Instead, she packed an overnight bag and drove to the Holiday Inn Express on the edge of town. She checked in at 1:23 a.m., according to hotel records. The next morning, she called her mother, who urged her to contact the authorities immediately. Detective Morgan arrived at Alina's apartment at 10:45 a.m. on November 19th. The apartment was immaculate, just as Alina had described it. The mattress had indeed been cut open, and the note was exactly as Alina had reported. Morgan ordered the removal of the ventilation grate. What they found defied easy explanation. The vent connected to a standard air duct, large enough for a small camera to be installed, but too small for a person to access without removing drywall. There was no camera present, but Morgan noted unusual scratch marks along the interior of the duct and collected several fibers that were later identified as synthetic, possibly from clothing. The concerning thing was the ductwork itself, Morgan would later testify. It had been modified in a way that amplified sound from the neighboring apartment. It wasn't random, it was engineered. The investigation turned to Alina's neighbors. To her left lived an elderly couple, the Hansons, who had occupied their apartment for over 15 years. To her right was a more recent tenant, Michael Prout, 41, who had moved in approximately 8 months earlier. Prout worked nights as a security guard at the local community college. Initial background checks revealed nothing significant, a minor traffic violation 3 years earlier, but no criminal record. He expressed surprise and concern when questioned about Alina's experience, offering full cooperation with the investigation. "I barely knew her," Prout told investigators. "We'd pass in the hallway sometimes. She seemed nice, kind of quiet. I never heard anything unusual from her apartment." A search of Prout's apartment, conducted with his consent, revealed nothing immediately suspicious. His furniture was sparse, his possessions minimal. Detective Morgan noted that his apartment was unusually clean for a bachelor living alone, but this wasn't evidence of wrongdoing. The investigation might have stalled there if not for Alina's continued insistence that someone had been in her apartment. She refused to return home, staying first with her mother and then renting a small house on the opposite side of town. She took a leave of absence from work and began seeing a therapist, Dr. Rebecca Chen, who specialized in trauma and anxiety disorders. "My patient presented with acute anxiety and hypervigilance," Dr. Chen wrote in her notes, which were later subpoenaed. However, her account remained consistent over multiple sessions, without the embellishment or escalation one might expect in cases of pure paranoia. The breakthrough came in January 2020, nearly 2 months after the discovery of the note. Detective Morgan, still troubled by the case, requested permission to review the building's maintenance records. These revealed that extensive renovation work had been done on the ventilation system, serving both the Laners and Prout's apartments shortly before Prout moved in. The contractor who performed the work, Dale Wilson, had been hired directly by the building's previous property manager, who had since been replaced. Morgan tracked down Wilson, who confirmed that he had indeed modified the ductwork between the two apartments. He had been paid in cash, he said, by a man who identified himself as a property manager but whose description matched Michael Prout. He wanted it set up so sound would travel better between the units, Wilson recalled. Said it was for some kind of building intercom system they were testing. I didn't think much of it at the time. Armed with this new information, Morgan obtained a warrant for a more thorough search of Prout's apartment. Behind a false wall in his closet, they discovered a small room containing surveillance equipment, including directional microphones pointed toward Aliner's apartment and several notebooks filled with detailed observations of her daily routine. Most disturbing of all were the photographs, hundreds of them, showing Aliner in her most private moments, sleeping, changing clothes, reading in her living room. The photos spanned months, beginning well before she had noticed anything amiss. Prout was arrested on January 17, 2020, charged with stalking, invasion of privacy, and breaking and entering. During questioning, he maintained that Aliner had invited his attention, that they shared a special connection she was now denying. He admitted to entering her apartment numerous times while she was away, using a key he had secretly duplicated. She needed to know she wasn't alone, he told investigators. The note was just the beginning. We were supposed to help each other. When asked about the plan he had apparently been developing, Prout became evasive. It wasn't time yet, was all he would say. Psychiatric evaluation determined that Prout suffered from erotomania, a delusional disorder in which he believed Aliner was in love with him despite having barely interacted with her. He was found unfit to stand trial and committed to a state psychiatric facility. Aliner Davis left Oak Ridge in February 2020. She doesn't use social media anymore, and her current location is known only to her closest family members. The apartment building where she lived has new owners, new security systems, and newly sealed ventilation ducts. But the question that continues to haunt those familiar with the case isn't about what was found in the walls or behind the vents. It's about the note itself, a message that couldn't have been placed in the mattress without someone entering Aliner's apartment, opening the mattress, and carefully restitching it. The mattress had been delivered new, directly to Aliner's apartment, 6 months before she discovered the note. The delivery was made by a local company whose employees all passed background checks. Prout, by his own admission, didn't begin entering her apartment until after the mattress was delivered. So who sewed the note into Aliner Davis's mattress? And why choose those particular words, words that would eventually lead to Prout's discovery? Prout himself claims to have no knowledge of the note. Handwriting analysis was inconclusive. The plastic bag yielded no usable fingerprints or DNA. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't cut open that mattress that night, Aliner wrote in her victim impact statement, submitted to the court but never read aloud. Would I still be living there with him watching, or would whatever he was planning have already happened? I'll never feel safe again, knowing that someone, maybe not just him, was in my private space, touching my things, watching me when I thought I was alone. The investigation remains technically open, but inactive. Detective Morgan still keeps a copy of the note in her desk drawer, 7 words that saved a woman from an unknown fate, but condemned her to a lifetime of looking over her shoulder, wondering who might be watching from behind the walls. In the quiet town of Oak Ridge, life continues. The elderly Hansons still live in their apartment. A young couple has moved into Aliner's old unit. Prout's apartment remained vacant for over a year before finally being rented to a middle-aged accountant who knows nothing of its history. And somewhere Aliner Davis sleeps on a new mattress that she inspected inch by inch before allowing it into her home. She checks her locks 3 times each night, and sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, she still wakes suddenly, convinced she's heard something moving behind the walls. Watching, waiting, whispering her name. Story 10. The cozy coffee shop had been a sanctuary for him, a place of quiet contemplation amidst the bustling city. Every day he would occupy the same table in the corner, order his usual black coffee with no sugar, and immerse himself in the serenity of the moment. The barista recognized his face, but his true identity remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, he failed to grace the shop with his presence. Concerned regulars alerted the authorities, leading Detective Sarah Mercer to investigate the enigmatic disappearance. Upon scrutinizing the security footage, a perplexing truth emerged. The man, known only as John Doe in the case files, had indeed entered the coffee shop as usual. He had sat down at his customary spot, lost in quiet introspection. However, a chilling revelation awaited the detective. John had never departed. He had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only an abandoned wallet containing a driver's license devoid of any personal details, as though his very existence had been erased. As Detective Mercer delved deeper into the enigma, she uncovered more puzzling clues. The wallet held enigmatic credit cards with no ties to any known accounts, alongside a cryptic business card bearing only a phone number that led to eerie silence when dialed. The notebook left behind by John was filled with inscrutable codes and sketches of unfamiliar architectural designs, adding layers of mystique to the unfolding mystery. The barista, the sole witness to John's daily routine, could offer little insight into his enigmatic patron. He was a solitary figure, always engrossed in his writing, his soft-spoken demeanor shrouded in enigma. Mercer's investigation led her to a peculiar antique mirror within the shop, adorned with cryptic symbols reminiscent of those found in John's notebook. Could this mirror hold the key to his inexplicable disappearance? With each passing day, the enigma deepened, drawing Mercer into a realm where reality blurred with the unknown. The mirror's reflection seemed to hold secrets untold, hinting at a world beyond the visible spectrum. As Mercer uncovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror filled with identical wallets and a journal chronicling decades of enigmatic experiments, the truth began to unravel. The journal spoke of temporal displacement and identity transference, hinting at a grand experiment that defied the laws of nature. John Doe, or rather Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist lost to the annals of time, had delved into realms where parallel realities converged, where the fabric of existence was malleable. As Mercer pieced together the fragments of Weston's enigmatic past, peculiar occurrences plagued the coffee shop, signaling a convergence of realities that defied rational explanation. Witnesses reported spectral sightings of Weston, his presence lingering like a ghost in the fabric of the mundane world. In a climactic revelation, Mercer beheld the fractured mirror's shattered remnants, a testament to a grand experiment that had transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. Weston's final message, etched in familiar handwriting, warned against delving further into the mysteries that lay beyond the threshold of perception. The case of the man who existed in the shadows of reality remained an enigma, a tale whispered in hushed tones among those who dared to ponder the mysteries of existence. The coffee shop, a nexus of strange occurrences, faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath the rubble of time. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, a spectral echo lost in the annals of history. And as for Detective Mercer, her journey into the unknown left an indelible mark upon her soul. In quiet moments she could be seen on her porch, lost in contemplation, her pen dancing across the pages of a notebook that mirrored Weston's own. A fragment of the antique mirror adorned her wall, a silent witness to the unknowable truths that lingered beyond the veil of reality. Story 11. Once upon a time there was a soft flicker, a gentle dance of light that caught the mother's eye through the baby monitor. At first she brushed it off as a mere glitch, a trick of technology. But then the air crackled with static and a hushed voice slipped through, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find an empty crib staring back at her. The room was silent, the window sealed shut, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its dark eyes fixed on her almost accusingly. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, tearing through her throat until it felt raw and ragged. The neighbors, stirred from their slumber, dialed for help. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of fear and confusion on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. The investigation commenced, but it yielded scarce clues. No forced entry marks marred the home, and the security system stood vigilant through the night. The baby monitor footage revealed nothing out of the ordinary until that haunting voice and crackling static. How could someone slip in, take the child, and vanish without a whisper, except for a chilling message and a displaced toy? Suspicion fell upon Rebecca, a mother grappling with postpartum shadows, especially with the strained ties between her and her absent husband, Daniel. The detective's gaze lingered on her composed facade during questioning, a calmness that seemed unsettling for a mother in such distress. The community whispered behind closed doors, painting Rebecca as the enigma at the heart of a mystery. Then a glimmer of hope emerged. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, were discovered on the nursery windowsill, a delicate thread woven from a rare climbing rope. It hinted at a skilled intruder scaling the walls to reach the sanctuary of the nursery. The focus shifted as security footage unveiled a shadowy figure lurking in the night, their movements hidden in a cloak of darkness. A boot print in the garden soil matched a specialized tread used by seasoned climbers and military personnel. Rebecca's innocence began to surface as the spotlight shifted onto Daniel, returning from his business trip with a tale of confusion and grief. Calluses on his hands spoke of a newfound interest in rock climbing, a hobby to soothe his troubled mind. The tide turned darker as financial records painted a grim portrait. A hefty life insurance policy on Samuel, covert calls to a mysterious number, and a second family kept hidden from Rebecca Daniel's secrets unfurled like poisonous ivy. The baby monitor emerged as a key player in this twisted tale. Hacked and manipulated, its signal carried the voice that whispered deceit into the night, far from the nursery's confines. The digital breadcrumbs led investigators to a hidden basement where a woman named Elaine cradled Samuel in her arms. Surrendering without resistance, her eyes vacant, she was a ghostly presence in the unraveling drama. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, haunted by a past miscarriage, had woven a web of obsession around his life. The truth unfurled through DNA and old photographs, linking her to the abduction that shattered a family. Daniel's protestations crumbled under the weight of evidence. Fibers, footprints, encrypted messages all pointed to his guilt. The courtroom hushed as the baby monitor's audio echoed through the room, revealing a cough, a telltale sign of his presence on that fateful night. The jury's decision was swift. Daniel and Elaine faced the full force of justice for their crimes against innocence. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the night's horrors, remained tucked away, a reminder of a truth too painful to confront. As the world learned from this harrowing tale, parents fortified their nurseries, and investigators sharpened their gaze on the dangers lurking in the digital shadows. Samuel grew up shielded from the memory of his disappearance, while Rebecca clung to the rabbit, its glassy eyes a reflection of the darkness that once whispered through the monitor, revealing a truth that shattered their world. The monitor spoke in secrets, capturing a reality beyond imagination. Story 12, the realtor's advertisement made no mention of a basement. The architectural blueprints contained no hint of its existence. Yet, as the family peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, they uncovered a concealed door, adorned with a weathered, rusted handle. It took the combined effort of 3 to pry it open, revealing a staircase descending into blackness. The musty air that greeted them was heavy with the aroma of moist earth. Instead of a storage space, they were met with a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows. And on the wall behind the chair, a series of photographs depicting them, images captured within the walls of their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the quaint suburban residence during a winter of early darkness and barren trees looming in the cold sky. The aged 2-story house, with its worn siding and creaking floors, seemed to exude character and a rich history, or so they had convinced themselves. Little did they foresee the depth of history the house harbored and the chilling collision it would soon have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene alongside her partner, the crime scene perimeter already secured by fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's shaky voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else enters," Connors instructed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced efficiency. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight as they descended into the small basement bare, with concrete walls painted a somber gray. A single chair bolted to the floor at the center, bathed in the harsh light of the swaying bulb. Yet, it was the lineup of photographs that drew their focus, 37 images arranged in chronological order. "These date back almost 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms. The absence of forced entry, stolen items, or triggered security systems only intensified the invasion of privacy that had occurred, leaving the family's sense of security shattered." Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints in the basement, most belonging to past owners of the house. A troubling pattern emerged. 6 different families had owned the property in the last decade, each selling at reduced prices after brief stays. None had ever mentioned a basement. "We need to speak with every previous owner," Connors declared, flipping through her notes. The investigation took a sinister turn as they delved into the property's history. Inconsistencies in records, altered blueprints, and redacted reports hinted at a hidden truth. The pivotal moment arrived during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house years before, his face strained of color at the sight of the basement photos. "That room isn't real," he insisted, hands trembling. "I stripped that place down to the bones. There was no basement, no door. Nothing beneath the living room but dirt and concrete." Data extracted from a hidden memory card revealed an extensive collection of images captured moments from the lives of the Mercer family and previous occupants. The unsettling discovery of audio recordings hidden in a buried box exposed the depth of surveillance within the house. Sophisticated microphones had been concealed throughout, unbeknownst to the families. "We must search every inch," Connors urged, her tone urgent. "Inspect the walls, vents, fixtures. This person has been observing for years." Behind the photo wall, a secret passage led to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop connected to cameras, and a journal filled with meticulous notes on each family. The entries grew increasingly erratic, with phrases hinting at a distorted perception of reality. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the unthinkable Edward Kelvin, the builder of the house who had seemingly vanished during construction, had never truly left. He had transformed the house into a hidden labyrinth of surveillance, watching the families from within the walls. The manhunt ended with Kelvin's discovery curled in a crawl space, his emaciated form attuned to the hidden passages he had crafted. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as mere subjects in his personal study, detached and delusional in his belief of ownership. The Mercer family, like those before them, fled the house, leaving their possessions behind. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's elaborate surveillance network designed within the house itself. Upon his conviction, Kelvin remained impassive, retreating into his own constructed reality. The house was razed, its secrets buried. Yet for those who had dwelled within its walls, the feeling of being watched lingered, a haunting reminder of the unseen eyes that had observed their every move. In moments of silence, they still cast wary glances at vents and fixtures, questioning if they had ever been truly alone. Story 13, The Unseen Observer. She always avoided the attic, a place of shadows and secrets, until a storm forced her to confront its hidden chamber. The attic lay shrouded in neglect, a graveyard of memories buried under layers of dust and cobwebs. Amidst the forgotten relics, an old dollhouse stood silently in a corner, its miniature world frozen in time. Each tiny piece of furniture meticulously arranged, each delicate detail a haunting mirror of reality. But as she peered into the tiny rooms, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were intricate, hand-carved replicas of her own family, every member perfectly captured, frozen in time, except for one. Her own miniature likeness, meant to be seated among the others, stood ominously by the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the tiny figure stood. A chill gripped her, unrelated to the icy draft whispering through the eaves. This dollhouse didn't belong here. This wasn't her childhood home, but a temporary abode her family had recently occupied. The unsettling discovery spurred Rebecca to contact the authorities, leading to a harrowing investigation. The police arrived at the suburban house to find a family shaken, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as a prank or a product of their unsettled minds in a new environment. What struck Detective Harmon most was the eerie accuracy of the miniature figures. Each one captured a unique trait of the family members, from the father's receding hairline to the mother's birthmark. But the true horror unfolded when forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Further examination unveiled microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The captured footage depicted the family's movements in painstaking detail, not just mirroring their actions on that fateful night, but replicating their daily routines over time. We weren't dealing with a run-of-the-mill stalker, Detective Harmon later recounted. This was a level of fixation and obsession beyond comprehension. The investigation took a dark turn when a hidden entrance to a basement was uncovered, revealing signs of a clandestine inhabitant living beneath the unsuspecting family. The mystery deepened as it emerged that the house had stood empty for almost a year before the Morgans moved in. Interviews with neighbors yielded sparse clues, except for a mention of occasional lights flickering in the vacant home. The trail led to a digital footprint, tracing the surveillance data to a secluded apartment across town. Inside the apartment of Martin Wells, the son of the deceased former owners, a chilling tableau awaited. Walls adorned with photographs of various families, journal entries chronicling their lives, and a workshop filled with unfinished dollhouses representing different homes in the area. Wells had woven a web of control and surveillance over multiple households, his twisted obsession driving him to manipulate lives like a malevolent puppeteer. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his distorted rationale. His fixation stemmed from a need to reclaim his childhood home, asserting dominance over the occupants who now resided within its walls. The dollhouse, a macabre tribute to his delusions, symbolized his power to orchestrate their lives from the shadows. As the truth unraveled, the Morgans chose to sever ties with the tainted house, haunted by the realization that they had been unwitting pawns in a sinister game. Wells faced a litany of charges for his voyeuristic crimes, shedding light on the loopholes in real estate regulations and the vulnerability of unsuspecting tenants. The sentencing judge captured the essence of the violation, acknowledging the profound breach of privacy and security inflicted upon the Morgan family. Wells's twisted escapade underscored the fragility of trust and the enduring trauma left in its wake. The case left criminologists unsettled, pondering how long Wells might have lurked in the shadows, undetected, had it not been for Rebecca's unsettling discovery. The Morgans sought solace in a new beginning, yet the specter of unseen eyes lingered, a ghostly reminder of the invisible watchers among us. Rebecca, scarred by the ordeal, confessed to lingering fears and a phantom unease that clung to her new sanctuary. The dollhouses were banished, the miniatures exiled, but the lingering question remained: could there be another miniature world out there, a silent replica of her life waiting to be uncovered? Story 14. It began with a pocket dial, a mere whisper of static and muffled sounds that almost went unnoticed by the operator. But then a voice emerged from the chaos, a woman, her words frantic and urgent. "He's here." And then silence descended like a heavy curtain. The number traced back to an empty house, a relic abandoned by time, its secrets buried deep within its walls. There were no signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the stale air. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, amidst the layers of dust, a phone rested on the counter, its screen glowing faintly. The call had been placed mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself fixated on the playback button, her finger hovering over it for the 5th time. The whispered words echoed in her mind, haunting her with their desperation, their sheer impossibility. The house had once belonged to the Sullivans, a family torn apart by tragedy when a fire ravaged the West Wing, forcing them to flee. Since then the house had stood empty, a silent sentinel of the past. The caretaker swore no one had set foot inside in years. Background check on the number. Morgan turned to her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed a chilling truth. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter of the former residents, a daughter who had perished 3 years prior in a tragic accident. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together, each one more baffling than the last. The phone in the evidence bag seemed to mock them with its silent presence. How could a dead woman's phone be making calls from a deserted house? The forensic team uncovered no substantial leads, no fingerprints save for elusive smudges that defied identification. No trace of anyone coming or going, as if the phone had materialized out of thin air on the dusty counter. The heart of their inquiry lay in those 11 seconds of static-filled recording, capturing the essence of fear and desperation in 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed the voice as Catherine Sullivan's with an eerie 98% certainty. The timestamp revealed a chilling detail: the call had occurred at the exact moment of her demise, down to the minute. Interviews with those who knew Catherine painted a portrait of a young woman loved and lost. Her father, now remarried, stood bewildered by the unfolding mystery. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled at the sound of the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered, her voice heavy with grief. "She sounds so scared." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, provided an alibi that held up under scrutiny. The pieces of the puzzle refused to align: the call from the empty house, the echoes of a ghostly voice long silenced. And then a breakthrough came in the form of a worn journal discovered among Catherine's belongings. Its pages bore witness to a relationship tainted by control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The final entry spoke of imminent danger, of a looming threat that had finally materialized. Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled. His protestations rang hollow in the face of Catherine's written words, her truth laid bare for all to see. The net closed in around him, tightening with each revelation. A hidden phone, unearthed from the earth itself, held the key to unlocking the truth. Deleted texts, a trail of fear and betrayal, painted a grim picture of Catherine's final moments. The medical examiner's findings cast a shadow over Mark's carefully constructed facade, revealing the brutal reality beneath the veneer of innocence. And then the final act unfolded: a manhunt, a confrontation, a reckoning long overdue. Mark's words rang hollow in the interrogation room, his feeble attempts at justification falling on deaf ears. As the verdict echoed through the courtroom, a sense of closure settled over those left behind. Justice, hard-won and long overdue, had finally been served. Catherine's voice, though silenced in death, had found a way to speak, to bear witness to the horrors inflicted upon her. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence locker, a silent sentinel of a past best left undisturbed. And though its battery lies removed, some say they hear it ring in the dead of night, a phantom echo of a life cut short, a reminder that even in silence, the truth will always find a way to be heard. Story 15, the apartment lay dormant for months, untouched by the hustle and bustle of daily life. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were low: a blanket of dust, perhaps a few remnants left behind by the previous occupants. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting all attempts to reveal its secrets. It was a simple closet, but its contents remained a mystery, locked away from prying eyes. After much effort, the landlord managed to force the door open, bracing for the mundane sight of old clothes or forgotten trinkets. Instead, what greeted them sent a shiver down their spines. The walls were etched with deep, jagged scratches, a silent testimony to a struggle against confinement. In the dim corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminating a single, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those desperate markings, the unmistakable signs of someone fighting for freedom within that small, claustrophobic space. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the scratches with his camera, "and bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone was simple yet loaded with ominous weight. "I know what you did. The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, recounted that the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. She kept to herself, a solitary figure. Left about 6 months back, he murmured, avoiding the gaze of the closet. Forensic analysis uncovered multiple blood samples mingled within the scratches on the walls. Most matched Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after her sudden disappearance. However, 2 other DNA profiles surfaced, one unidentified in the system, and the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't add up," Shaw muttered, studying the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant presumed dead in a vehicular accident, had left his genetic imprint on the closet walls, contradicting his reported demise. The puzzle deepened, casting a shadow of doubt over the presumed fate of Emma Caldwell. Emma's abandoned apartment whispered of an interrupted existence, neglected mail, a solitary coffee mug in the sink, a meticulously made bed. Her phone records hinted at a growing unease, regular calls to her sister abruptly ceasing, replaced by a barrage of unidentified numbers in the days leading up to her vanishing. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed disclosed. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage unveiled a pivotal moment, a shadowy figure in a baseball cap trailing Emma into her building, his features deliberately obscured from the cameras. The pieces began to align when partial fingerprints matching Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's interior doorknob. He staged his death, Shaw deduced, but why and what link does he share with Emma? The enigma deepened as the search unraveled another missing persons tale, Lynette Porter, gone without a trace 3 years prior, her description aligning with a woman frequently seen visiting Emma's residence. A web of connections emerged, linking Derek Mercer's shadowy presence to the vanished souls of Emma and Lynette. Journeying through traffic camera footage, Shaw traced a vehicle linked to Derek's family to Emma's neighborhood, the driver's likeness mirroring that of the elusive Mercer. A remote property owned by the Mercer clan harbored a grim secret, a captive Lynette Porter, emaciated and traumatized, mirroring Emma's harrowing ordeal. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant. "Said I needed to comprehend the consequences of defying him." Evidence accumulated, a trove of journals documenting Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs capturing the essence of his victims, and damning video recordings of Emma's incarceration within the closet. "He feared her truth," his voice echoed on the tapes. "No one betrays my trust." The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a shadowy figure eluding the grasp of justice. Psychologists delved into his psyche, uncovering a chilling desire not just to end lives, but to revel in the agony of entrapment and despair. Upon his apprehension at a bus terminal, Mercer bore a veneer of calm detachment, dismissing the accusations with a chilling nonchalance. She crafted that message herself, he claimed, alluding to Emma's last desperate plea for aid. She yearned for salvation, yet she was unworthy of rescue. The ensuing trial unraveled the elaborate charade of Mercer's demise, a calculated ruse crafted to evade the clutches of justice. For years he had prowled in the shadows, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim, leaving a trail of shattered lives in his wake. The jury's verdict came swiftly, a resounding guilty on all counts. As the judge pronounced a sentence of lifelong incarceration without chance of release, Mercer's lips quirked in a semblance of satisfaction, a private satisfaction known solely to him. During the sentencing, Lynette Porter made her voice heard. He ensnared us in darkness because that's where his soul resides, trapped in his twisted reality. While he withers away in confinement, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped investigative protocols within the department, placing a heightened emphasis on tracing relational patterns and scrutinizing rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a poignant reminder that the most harrowing crime scenes are often not drenched in blood, but etched with the frantic struggles of those fighting for survival. Story 16. Once a wooden plank shifted under her weight, betraying its secret as she tread softly. A subtle movement, yet enough to halt her inquisitive steps. Kneeling down, she traced the edges with delicate fingertips, sensing the hidden depths below. The floor whispered of concealed mysteries, beckoning her to uncover its truths. With deliberate care, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, slender space beneath the foundation of her new abode. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the darkness slowly unveiled its secrets to her searching gaze. A mattress, a chair, and nestled in the dim corner, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with a singular name, her name inscribed repeatedly in silent repetition. Detective Morgan Reed loomed behind Sarah Coleman, observing the tremor in her gaze as she peered into the abyss beneath her newly acquired dwelling. Beyond the mere discovery of a hidden chamber, Sarah's eyes revealed a deeper fear of violation of security, an intrusion of malevolence into what should have been a fresh beginning. "Do not disturb anything further," Detective Reed's composed voice resonated, a steady anchor in the unsettling silence. Clicking on her flashlight, she unveiled more of the clandestine space. Illuminating walls adorned with surveillance photographs captured moments of Sarah's mundane routines, a shrine of obsession crafted beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse with no known kin. The property had stood vacant for months before finding its way onto the market, described in listings as charming and requiring minor touch-ups. No whispers of peculiarity had surfaced during inspections or transactions. "I never met him. The previous owner," Sarah murmured. "Neighbors claimed he was reclusive. The basement was supposed to be sealed off long ago." That's what the inspection noted. As crime scene investigators descended upon the scene, their equipment resonating against the wooden floor, they diligently documented every detail, unearthing the mattress, the chair, and the notebook from the concealed enclave. Forensic examination unveiled a plethora of fingerprints throughout the space, all belonging to the deceased Walter Green. Of all the unsettling revelations, the investigators were perturbed most by the timeline they meticulously reconstructed. Utility records and dated photographs within the chamber suggested that Walter had surveilled Sarah for a minimum of 3 years preceding his demise. He had shadowed her daily routines, frequented her haunts, all while evading her notice. The intensity of this fixation typically escalates, the department's psychologist expounded in a briefing. The transition from fantasy to methodical planning is imminent. The hidden chamber hints at preparations for a more direct engagement. Detective Reed's inquiries took an unforeseen detour upon interviewing Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance department, a fidgeting man haunted by secrets. Walter spoke of her on occasion, he confessed. Said she resembled someone he knew. I dismissed it as an old man's infatuation. I never fathomed. His voice trailed off, lost in contemplation. Securing a warrant to explore Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his demise, Reed unearthed an incongruous key, leading them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door groaned open, unveiling a meticulous replication of Sarah's former abode, furniture echoing her past life, meticulously arranged. A mannequin adorned with a wig mirroring Sarah's hairstyle perched at a replica desk. The calendar bore a circled date, a mere week subsequent to Walter's untimely passing, embossed with a single word, together. Institutional records unveiled Walter's past affliction with erotomania, a delusion fixating on unrequited love. Decades of tranquility shattered upon Sarah's arrival, reigniting dormant obsessions. In the precinct, Reed spread crime scene images across the table, reflecting on Walter's deluded belief in a destined union. In his reality, they shared a unique connection. To him, they were fated to be united, she murmured. Could she have crossed paths with him unknowingly, igniting this fixation? A fellow detective inquired. Reed shook her head. No tangible evidence. Sometimes these fixations demand little, a fleeting smile, a prolonged glance. For an individual with his history, even the smallest gesture can kindle obsession. Sarah elected to part ways with the house, its walls tainted by echoes of intrusion. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, enveloped in introspection. I cannot shake the thought of what might have transpired had he not met his end, she confided softly. Had I not uncovered that loose board, how long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eyes, ignorant of the secrets concealed beneath my very feet? With Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, marked as stalking with intent to abduct, although the abduction never materialized. Sarah embarked on a new journey, altering her routines, guarding her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed occasionally monitored her from afar, a silent sentinel acknowledging the thin lines separating Sarah from an alternate fate. The cottage passed into the possession of an unknowing couple, oblivious to its hidden past. The concealed room was sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life proceeded, yet for the enlightened few, the chamber beneath the floor persisted as a chilling testament to lurking perils, to monsters who evade capture, and to unsuspecting souls who narrowly evade their fated demise. Story 17, the aged envelope sat on the detective's desk, its edges tinged with yellow, yet the stamp appeared fresh as if just unraveled days ago. With a cautious hand, Detective Sarah Morgan peeled it open, revealing a lone sheet of paper within. The message, typed hastily in an uneven font, read, "I am sorry for what I did." A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was then that her eyes caught the reddish smear along the bottom, a sinister mark that was unmistakably not ink. Handling the letter with precision, Detective Morgan placed it into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers ensuring no trace was overlooked. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain bore the grim truth of human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide that had plagued the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had been found in her apartment, a victim of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes scattered, hinting that the violence may have been linked to her investigative work. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, until this peculiar letter surfaced at the police station, simply addressed to the Homicide Division. Sparse fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, one who had likely donned gloves. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a tangible light after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter's image at the heart of the board, adorned with crime scene snapshots and suspect profiles. "This changes everything," she declared softly, the weight of the unknown hanging in the air. Her longtime partner, Detective James Chen, scrutinized the letter, suggesting, or perhaps it's a facade, a ploy to deceive us. The blood, could it be a mere act, a taunt? Delving deeper, the forensics team traced the typewriter's unique patterns to a rare, decades-old model, sparking a hunt through antique shops and collections. Meanwhile, revisiting Rebecca's life unveiled a trail of dedication and courage in her pursuit of truth. Her investigation into a prominent family embroiled in local politics unveiled layers of deceit and greed. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor, a revelation that hinted at hidden truths. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, regret etched in his gaze. I dismissed her concerns, blinded by my own ignorance. As the detectives pursued leads, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message in blood, unraveling more of the chilling tale. The sender's words hinted at a dark secret, a revelation that led the investigation to the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch. Interviews with the family members unraveled layers of deception, leading to the eldest son, Richard, and his suspicious collection of vintage typewriters. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes matched custom stationery exclusive to the youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her confession unraveled Richard's intricate web of deceit, culminating in a hidden room filled with damning evidence. Unveiling financial ties between Richard and Michael shed light on a sinister plot to silence Rebecca permanently, a revelation that shattered any illusions of innocence. An incriminating recording provided the final blow, sealing Richard's fate as justice prevailed. As Richard faced the consequences of his actions, Detective Morgan offered solace to Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent acknowledgement of closure amidst the lingering pain. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a twisted tale, stood as a poignant reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes bear traces of guilt, unraveling the facade of a perfect crime. Rebecca Warren's case echoed through the annals of detective training, a testament to the power of intuition and perseverance. It taught a valuable lesson that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in high-tech gadgets, but in the echoes of a typewriter and the haunting weight of remorse that unveils the truth in the dead of night. Story 18. The river moved lazily that morning, its surface smooth and serene. The fisherman's eyes skimmed the tranquil water, almost missing the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like a discarded heap of old clothes, but as he ventured closer, a pungent odor filled the air, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was bound by chains, its edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. When officials pried it open, they were met not by garments, but by a grim discovery: locks of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip. And at the bottom lay a chilling note: this isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer stood at the scene, a handkerchief pressed to her nose, absorbing the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and now pallid skin marred by water, lay motionless. The medical examiner worked meticulously, cataloging every detail before the body was respectfully taken away. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not just the method of disposal, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been presented: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in upscale attire. She wasn't killed here, Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy bank. She was arranged, showcased. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a driven, meticulous woman who kept her personal life guarded. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant after she failed to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients. She wouldn't have missed that appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice unwavering. That sale was set to be her biggest achievement yet. Investigators combed through Walsh's sleek, modern home. Every corner exuded perfection, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces devoid of a single speck of dust. The fridge stocked with neatly labeled meals for each day, the closet housing garments color-coordinated and shoes lovingly stored in protective sleeves. However, a minor anomaly caught their attention in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further scrutiny into Walsh's digital footprint uncovered a peculiar pattern in her emails, repetitive messages from unfamiliar addresses, all bearing the same unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection," dispatched at precisely the same timestamp on various days. Her internet searches hinted at a deep-seated unease, revolving around home security systems and self-defense tools. Connecting these dots, Mercer confided in her partner, "Our perpetrator is deliberate. This wasn't a crime of passion, it was a ceremony." A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly from a local pawn shop, where Walsh's distinct emerald necklace had surfaced. The individual who had pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building over several months, sometimes pushing his maintenance cart, other times slipping in unnoticed, always during windows when she would be occupied with property viewings. Upon scouring Linden's humble abode, detectives stumbled upon a chilling sight: the walls adorned with clandestine snapshots of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were marked with bold red excess. Walsh stood as the third victim. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine, housing personal effects of each victim, meticulously arranged, a hairbrush with strands, tissues imprinted with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each assemblage accompanied by a minuscule log documenting habits, preferences, and daily routines. The interrogation chamber turned frigid when Linden was brought in. With his neat demeanor and soft-spoken demeanor, he seemed an unlikely perpetrator of violence, yet when confronted with the damning evidence, his countenance remained stoic. They were flawed, he confessed flatly. They projected perfection, but I saw through their fade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot when applying lipstick. Her perfection was a sham. The quest to locate the initial two victims referenced in his note led investigators to remote locales where two additional suitcases were retrieved. Both contained women mirroring Walsh's appearance, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as paragons of meticulousness. During Linden's trial, he sat impassive, his features devoid of emotion as prosecutors dissected his modus operandi. He had shadowed each woman for months, absorbing their routines, infiltrating their residences, studying their lives. When he eventually seized them, he sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in finery before extinguishing their lives. As the families of the victims bore witness, a judge meted out a life sentence to Linden, barring any possibility of release. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially concluded, yet a shadow of inquiry lingered. What spurred Linden's fixation on these specific women? What inner blemish was he attempting to expunge through his heinous acts? The river serenely continued its voyage downstream, its waters eventually purging all traces. But within the precinct, upon Mercer's desk, lay copies of those unsettling journals, a stark reminder that within seemingly ordinary lives, shadows may lurk beneath the veneer. And sometimes the most perilous predators are those camouflaged in plain view, observing, waiting for a solitary flaw to betray them. Story 19, the ancient apartment exuded a sense of history with its creaking heating system and rattling pipes, a familiar ambience to its residents. Yet hidden within its aging walls was a chilling secret waiting to be unveiled. One fateful night, a soft, eerie voice drifted through the vents, barely audible but unmistakably calling out a name. The listener, heart racing, leaned in closer, feeling a cold breath brush against their cheek, followed by a playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of poise amidst the vacant apartment, focused intently on a rusted vent cover forcibly removed from the wall. The forensic team meticulously combed the area, capturing every detail with flashing cameras. The missing woman, Elena Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a foul odor raised alarm bells. What they discovered within the ventilation system defied logical explanation. Officer Patel, reading from his notes, recounted Elena's earlier claims of hearing voices through the vents, dismissed by the building management as mere quirks of an old building. Shaw, observing the deep scratch marks around the vent, realized they were not the result of tools, but of frantic fingernails clawing from the inside. The puzzle deepened as memories of Elena, a beloved kindergarten teacher, surfaced. A woman tormented by paranoia in her final days, convinced of a sinister presence lurking within the walls. A closer inspection of Elena's apartment revealed unsettling clues. Fibers matching her favorite cardigan caught in the vent grill, a mysterious fingerprint inside the vent cover, and a chair positioned beneath the vent as if waiting for a clandestine conversation. The eerie revelations continued with audio recordings from Elena's phone, capturing a chilling exchange between her and an unknown entity, a voice beckoning her with sinister sweetness. Delving into the building's history, Shaw uncovered a disturbing pattern of past tenants fleeing the premises, haunted by inexplicable noises and hallucinations. The enigmatic building superintendent, Harold Weber, aroused suspicion with his nonchalant demeanor, though a hidden access panel in Elena's bathroom hinted at a more sinister truth. Forensics unearthed a hidden passage within the walls, a secret domain where someone had been living, watching, and whispering. Weber's meticulously organized files and disturbing journal entries painted a portrait of obsession and malevolence, culminating in his arrest and a bone-chilling revelation of his depraved acts. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade of sanity crumbled, revealing a predatory mind fixated on his victim's torment. His conviction brought a semblance of closure, yet the echoes of his twisted legacy lingered within the vacant apartment building, where new residents heard whispers in the walls and felt the chilling presence of a malevolent force. The building stood as a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, its walls holding secrets that refused to fade, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk within the most ordinary of places. Story 20. The aging apartment held its secrets, pipes murmuring, floorboards whispering tales of time gone by. Yet the new resident sensed an otherworldly presence in the familiar sounds. The footsteps, deliberate and hauntingly precise, echoed from above, though she dwelled on the highest floor. One moonlit night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The rhythmic steps ceased. Silence enveloped her, pregnant with anticipation. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the very ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose silence over alarm, rationalizing the eerie echoes as mere echoes of the building's settling bones, or perhaps a curious creature seeking refuge in the attic. She pushed the unsettling thoughts to the shadows. Night after night, the phantom footsteps danced across her ceiling, tracing mysterious paths in the veil of darkness. She adjusted, amplifying the TV volume, donning headphones at bedtime, striving to drown out the enigmatic footfalls that played their nocturnal symphony above her. Detective Morris's path intertwined with the apartment's secrets when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed passage during routine repairs. Peeling back a section of drywall to mend a leak, he unveiled a clandestine world unbeknownst to the building's blueprints. Illuminated by his flashlight, the hidden enclave revealed a makeshift living quarters, scattered food remnants, discarded water vessels, a tattered blanket, and a weathered notebook. The superintendent summoned the authorities without delay. Arriving with his partner, Detective Rivera, Morris encountered the trembling worker, his pallor a canvas of dread. "Someone resides within the walls," he muttered, haunted by unseen eyes. The notebook chronicled intricate observations of Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, her guests, her meals, her entertainment choices, her moments of respite. The penmanship, once pristine, spiraled into chaos on the final pages, cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject resists my overtures," the last entry lamented. "She defies me, none defy me." Forensic teams combed the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints estranged from all databases. A labyrinth of interconnected tunnels, some weathered by time's touch, snaked through the building's structure, culminating in discreet vantage points concealed within Sarah's sanctum. Current residents professed ignorance, lulled by the humdrum melodies of apartment life. Past inhabitants, however, whispered of spectral gazes and inexplicable disturbances, their tales silenced by the fear of sounding delusional. A breakthrough dawned with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in a forgotten chamber. DNA whispers linked the crimson droplets to Martin Weaver, a missing soul whose absence had left a void 4 years prior. Martin, a denizen of the apartment beneath Sarah's abode, had vanished amidst complaints of phantom noises and confrontations with a reclusive neighbor named Edward, who had faded into the shadows soon after. Revisiting Martin's enigma, Morris uncovered a tapestry of transient abodes, Edward's nomadic existence, marked by solitude and silence. A web of connections emerged, each thread leading to a new revelation. A visit to Edward's rural retreat unraveled a sinister tableau, portraits of unsuspecting souls, intricate schematics of building infrastructures, and diaries chronicling the stewardship of his specimens. In the heart of the cabin, a corkboard bore witness to the vanished souls tied to Edward's macabre dance. 6 graves, silent testaments to lives extinguished, scarred the earth behind the dwelling. As the shadows of justice closed in, Sarah's sanctuary witnessed a spectral visitation, a cryptic journal, foretelling a new chapter in the night's embrace. The hunt for Edward, now known as Edward Mercer, a craftsman of deception, rampaged on. Thermal whispers unveiled no current presence within the walls he once haunted. Sarah Coleman's absence echoed a haunting refrain, her fate entwined with a tapestry of vanishing echoes across state lines. Buildings whispered warnings of hidden realms, cautioning against the unseen hands that sculpted shadows. Yet amidst the enigma, Detective Morris lingered in the silence of his own abode, eyes tracing the ceiling's expanse. Listening, waiting, wondering if, in the symphony of the night, another soul was captive to the echoes that danced above in an empty abode. Story 21. The dwelling had sat abandoned for countless moons, its history shrouded in whispers of a vanished young soul. The neighbors murmured that the house had remained unoccupied since the day the young woman mysteriously disappeared. Yet, as the new occupants ventured within its walls, they encountered a locked bedroom, its secrets veiled from prying eyes. With effort, they breached the barrier, unveiling a room cloaked in the shadows of neglect, the air thick with the weight of time. But amidst the stillness, a peculiar sensation lingered, a feeling that something lingered, unseen yet palpable. The chamber revealed itself in an unusual state of order. The bed lay meticulously made, the mirror devoid of dust. Upon the desk, a lone candle had surrendered to time, its wax reduced to a mere memory, frozen in place like tears unshed. And there it lay, the notebook, its pages adorned with fresh ink, a silent witness to the enigma that had unfolded within those walls. The final entry bore the date of her disappearance, penned by a hand long gone. Detective Morgan delved into the notebook's contents, while forensic experts meticulously combed the room for traces left behind. The script within belonged to Elise Winters, a soul of 26 years, reported missing by kin nearly half a decade prior. Her script traversed the pages with precision and grace, each stroke a testament to a mind now veiled in mystery, until the final passage, where the ink bore the weight of urgency, etching deeper into the parchment. "I sense his presence tonight," the concluding entry whispered. The ominous car, its repeated passes a harbinger of unseen threats. My pleas for aid fall on deaf ears. Should fate befall me, know it was by design, not chance. Closing the tome, the detective secured it within an evidence sheath, the room heavy with the scent of dust intermingled with a subtle chemical essence. The landlord stood at the threshold, a pallor upon his countenance, muttering assurances of thorough inspections prior to listing the abode. Elise had served as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a bastion of legal prowess embroiled in high-stakes corporate battles. Colleagues painted her as meticulous, driven, yet veiled in solitude as the days led to her vanishing act. She lingered past dusk, her superior recounted during investigative questioning. Whispers of discrepancies within the Westridge acquisition files haunted her, numbers skewed, documents tampered with. The detective gazed upon portraits of Elise, auburn locks framing somber eyes behind scholarly spectacles, a figure of poise and restraint. The woman captured in the frames seemed too composed to dissolve into the ether, too methodical to evaporate without a trace. The bedroom yielded scant clues, a tableau frozen in time. No signs of strife, no crimson trails to guide the curious. A snapshot of normalcy, as if Elise had momentarily stepped away, destined to return. The candle upon the desk, its wax now black and odorless, had etched its mark upon the wooden surface, a solitary witness to the room's silent vigil. "What revelations have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the forensic lead. An array of fingerprints weathered by time, the expert revealed. Yet a curious absence lingers, the doorknob scrubbed of all prints inside and out, the window latches sanitized of their past encounters. The search extended beyond the visible, delving into hidden recesses. A loose floorboard near the closet unveiled a clandestine cache, a waterproof vessel safeguarding a flash drive and a key. The key, a portal to a safe deposit at Northern Trust Bank, harbored another drive and a trove of incriminating documents. The papers unveiled a tapestry of financial chicanery linking Westridge Pharmaceuticals to offshore coffers entwined with the firm's luminaries. Digital forensics unfurled a web of deceit, recordings and ledgers exposing the manipulation festering within Westridge's prized concoction, Neurapax. Echoes of Elise's voice intertwined with a figure identified as Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior luminary. "These truths must remain veiled," Harriman's voice intoned. 40%, not the paltry 4 we proffered, suffered the side effects. Our fa-deck crumbles if this leaks. "People are perishing," Elise countered. "The seizures unfold as foretold by the original data. This narrative is but a whisper," Harriman cautioned. "Our packed secrets shared within these walls remain cloaked for all our sakes." Detective Morgan liaised with watchdogs of pharmaceutical integrity, confirming Neurapax's quiet retreat from the market following patient casualties mirroring Elise's clandestine archives. Harriman's realms, both personal and corporate, faced the probing gaze of justice. The trail led to charges for an industrial purge at his remote abode on the eve of Elise's absence. A microscopic trail of her essence clung to the property, defying the meticulous cleansing. The evidence wove a tale of shadows, hinting at connections unspoken. The locked enigma of the chamber persisted until surveillance footage unveiled a figure akin to Harriman, slipping into the domicile on the night Elise faded into the mists, his departure a phantom's vanishing act. Returning to the bedroom's embrace, Morgan and an engineer unearthed a concealed passage within the closet's recesses, a tunnel delving beneath the neighborhood's edifices. Locked away behind fresh drywall, a secret corridor linked the bedroom to subterranean arteries snaking beneath the district's foundations. Vincent Harriman faced the scales of justice in a boardroom's shadows. Confronted with the damning evidence, he clung to a veneer of innocence, painting Elise as a saboteur bent on tarnishing the firm. She was adrift, consumed by paranoia, he insisted, fabricating deceit to mar our standing post her promotion's denial. The jury's gaze saw through his veils. Footage from Elise's covert lens, nestled within a bookend, captured Harriman's intrusion that fateful eve. The reel tapered as he neared her script-laden desk, the tapestry of betrayal nearing its climax. Harriman's conviction for the gravest of deeds bore no body to mark its conclusion. The pharmaceutical barons implicated in the ruse faced justice's tempered ire. Families of Neurapax's fallen raised a collective voice, a lawsuit echoing the cries of the forsaken. At the sentencing's threshold, Elise's mother bestowed words upon the court. Her chamber remained an echo of truths she sacrificed to unveil. She lingered within those walls, her quest for righteousness a silent hymn awaiting a listener. The new inhabitants shunned the dwelling's confines, leaving it to the whispers of time. An edifice now stands in solitude, its mysteries unveiled yet eternally etched in the fabric of the locale. A specter of light dances in the upper window, a beacon from the sanctum where a valiant soul confronted the titans of darkness, their veiled crimes unmasked. Justice, a phantom's whisper, found Elise Winters in the room she never truly vacated, a sanctuary of truth and shadows, bearing testament to her final stand. Story 22. The aged library stood on the brink of destruction, its fate sealed by the hands of progress. The workers toiled tirelessly, their machinery roaring as they dismantled the building bit by bit. But fate had other plans that day, as a twist of destiny unfolded when a worker's foot caught on a hidden latch in a dusty bookshelf. With a soft click, the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a passage into the unknown, a narrow corridor leading to a secret room untouched by time. The air inside was heavy with the weight of years, a stillness that whispered of secrets long kept hidden. In the center of the room sat a solitary chair, its frame bolted to the floor, a silent witness to the mysteries it had witnessed. And etched into the walls, a haunting message repeated itself in a frenzy: I am still here. The foreman, sensing the gravity of the discovery, urgently radioed for the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now veered into the realm of the inexplicable. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with decades of experience, arrived at the scene, his steady gaze taking in the cryptic message that adorned the walls. Secure the area, Walsh commanded, his voice resounding in the eerie silence of the hidden room. Let no one disturb a thing until forensics has combed through every detail. The history of the library added layers of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the The library had been bequeathed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing, shrouded in uncertainty, had left a scar on the community, a wound that refused to heal. The theory of her voluntary departure clashed with her family's steadfast belief that darker forces were at play. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed traces of a harrowing past. Hair and fibers clung to the aged chair, while the walls bore the marks of a struggle long forgotten. The whispers of the past began to take shape, hinting at a tale of captivity and despair. The chair was a tool of restraint, the analyst remarked, pointing to the weathered leather straps that still clung to the armrests. Someone fought against their confinement with all their might. Detective Walsh delved deeper into the shadows of the Harrington family's history, his instincts guiding him toward a truth obscured by time. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, leading the investigation down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal. The revelation that the hidden room's existence was tied to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle, sent shivers down the spines of all involved. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization emerged. The DNA evidence found in the hidden room matched that of Rebecca, painting a grim portrait of her final days. She had not fled, she had been ensnared within the walls of her own family's legacy. The once cherished uncle, Maxwell, now stood at the center of a web of lies that threatened to unravel his carefully constructed facade. Maxwell's veneer of innocence shattered when confronted with the damning evidence. His stoic facade crumbled, revealing the depths of his depravity. She knew too much, he confessed in a hollow voice, his eyes devoid of remorse. I couldn't let her destroy everything we had built. The truth spilled forth, a river of guilt and shame that washed away any vestige of his former self. The excavation beneath the hidden room unearthed the remains of a life cut short, a tragedy buried beneath layers of deceit. Rebecca's skeletal frame, clad in the silver bracelet that once adorned her wrist, bore silent witness to the horrors she endured. The courtroom echoed with the weight of justice as Maxwell faced his reckoning, his fate sealed by the revelations of the past. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a truth uncovered. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul that had been silenced but never forgotten. In the quiet hum of the night, the whispered words, "I am still here," resonated through the halls, a reminder that even in the darkest shadows, justice would prevail. And as the stars cast their gentle glow upon the world, a sense of peace settled over the once turbulent grounds, cradling the secrets of the past in a lullaby of closure and redemption. Story 23: The Unearthed Warning. Renovations always reveal hidden mysteries, forgotten relics of the past waiting to be discovered. For Sarah and Michael, the journey began innocently enough, with a charming Victorian-era home that beckoned them with its intricate details and storied past. Little did they know that beneath the floorboards lay a secret that would unsettle their very souls. As they pried up the aged wood, a delicate letter, carefully folded, emerged from its long slumber. The paper, worn and yellowed with time, bore a haunting message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the cryptic warning, 3 sharp knocks pierced the silence of the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Enter Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the mysterious. With the floorboards still gaping, she delicately retrieved the note, mindful of preserving any potential clues. The couple had unwittingly contaminated the evidence, but Reed could sense their genuine fear as they recounted the chilling events. Background checks on Sarah and Michael revealed nothing amiss, just a young couple starting their lives together. But the house, with its deep-rooted history, held secrets waiting to be unearthed. The previous owners, the Hargrove family, had left behind a legacy shrouded in shadows. Margaret Hargrove, the last resident of the house, had lived a quiet life until her passing, or so it seemed. The note, dated 2 decades prior, hinted at a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, a respected teacher turned recluse, had a past stained with secrets. Reed's investigation led her down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal. A former student's recollection of Franklin's paranoia, the whispers of Margaret's fear of a mysterious collector, all pointed to a tangled web of lies waiting to be unraveled. Through meticulous forensic work and the discovery of Margaret's hidden diaries, the truth began to emerge. Franklin's gambling debts, the looming shadow of the elusive collector Victor Mercer, and the tragic events that unfolded in the depths of the house's foundation. Victor Mercer, a man with a dark past as a loan shark and gambling enforcer, had met his fate at the hands of Franklin, driven to desperation by the collector's relentless pursuit. The house had become a silent witness to a crime buried deep within its walls. Margaret, caught in the crossfire of her husband's actions, had borne the burden of their shared secret for years. Her diaries painted a vivid picture of her descent into paranoia, haunted by the echoes of 3 knocks that never ceased. As the investigation concluded, justice was served in a cold, somber manner. The remains of Victor Mercer were laid to rest, his story finally brought to light after 2 decades of obscurity. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, chose to part ways with the haunting property. Now vacant, the house stood as a silent sentinel, its halls echoing with whispers of the past. Local legends spoke of ghostly knocks in the dead of night, a reminder of the secrets buried deep within its walls. The note, a chilling artifact of a bygone era, remained a silent witness to the untold truths that still lingered in the shadows. Detective Reed closed the case with a heavy heart, knowing that some mysteries defy simple explanations. The house, with its hidden horrors and restless spirits, stood as a testament to the enduring power of secrets long kept hidden. And as the night fell over the abandoned home, the echoes of 3 distinct knocks lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the darkness that dwelled within. Story 24, The Mysteries of Whispering Manor. She had a desire to refresh the nursery before the little one arrived, a sanctuary where stories seemed to linger in the faded blue walls. As she carefully painted on the first layer of white, a hidden surprise emerged, letters faint at first, then becoming distinct and legible. A message concealed beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, she noticed something unsettling, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for a child to reach. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence set in motion what would later become known as the Whispering House Enigma. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at a bargain price, unaware of its shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the door, her notebook at the ready. A woman, her pregnant belly pronounced under paint-stained overalls, greeted her. Dark circles framed her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. Trembling, she recounted finding the eerie message and handprints. "The previous owners vanished suddenly," she explained. Neighbors claimed they fled in the dead of night, leaving without a trace, only their essentials packed in the car. Walking through the historic abode, Detective Klein's steps echoed on the aged floorboards. In the nursery, she observed the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still visible where the painting had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 childlike handprints embedded in the wet paint, placed at a height unreachable by a child. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 3 decades, a suspiciously high turnover rate. Each family had stayed for a brief period, with troubling child welfare reports filed for 3 of them. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and a sensation of being watched as they slept. Further investigation unearthed the house's connection to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow who once ran an orphanage on the grounds. Rumors of 5 missing children from her care resurfaced, with suspicions that they had run away. Alina's death revealed a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. Interviewing former occupants, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling narrative. Families with children reported strange occurrences, anomalies dismissed as mere imagination, until the mysterious messages appeared during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist confirmed the writing matched Alina's handwriting, while the identical handprints across generations baffled investigators. The detectives' persistence led to a grim discovery in the basement, where ground-penetrating radar revealed child-sized shapes beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, workers uncovered 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle, confirming the tragic fate of the missing orphans. Luminol exposed countless handprints on the nursery walls, invisible to the naked eye, hinting at the children's desperate attempts to escape. Alina's journals exposed her twisted beliefs as she sought to harness the children's energy for her own gain. Closure came with the proper burial of the victims, their names finally recognized as murder victims, not runaways. The house stood silent, the pregnant couple refusing to return, haunted by the lingering presence within. The nursery walls were torn down, but whispers persisted among the debris, deterring workers from returning. The condemned house became a cold case, holding unanswered spiritual questions. Detective Klein preserved a chilling photograph of 5 glowing handprints, a reminder that some mysteries transcend time, leaving indelible marks impossible to erase. Story 25. She entered through the front door, a dance of dust swirling in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling silent tales of neglect. Each exploration felt like a step into a forgotten moment, a moment stuck in an eternal loop except for one peculiar detail: the doors. Every door she opened led her back to the same room, the parlor. No matter the path she took, no matter the handle she turned, she always found herself back where she started. The only escape seemed to be the entrance she came through, but as she turned back, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body shifted the narrative of the desolate Victorian house from a local enigma to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing forensic experts moving through the dim interior like phantoms. The house had garnered a reputation among the townsfolk, the house where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen watchers lingered. Now, within its walls lay secrets much darker than mere folklore. The initial assessment suggests she's been deceased for about 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan was found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded with precision in her lap. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting stillness that even seasoned investigators found disquieting. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its former owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of abandonment, unwanted, unsold, and mostly forgotten except by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a keen eye for the unconventional. Described by friends as methodical, driven, and captivated by spaces defying traditional norms, the abandoned Victorian would have undoubtedly piqued her curiosity. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind remarked. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's repeated visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, sudden drops in temperature, and doors that seemed to shift with each opening. In her final notes, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to record what she termed spatial inconsistencies. However, this equipment remained conspicuously absent. During the autopsy, an unexpected detail emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, extracted from a plant utilized in certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid illusions, the levels detected were insufficient to prove fatal. Morgan wasn't one to engage in recreational drug use, her boyfriend affirmed during questioning. She was meticulous about her research methods, never willing to compromise her perception intentionally. Digital investigations unearthed fragments of deleted messages from Morgan's phone, a correspondence with an individual sharing her fascination with the house, someone claiming to comprehend its enigmas. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. The house remembers its past, one message alluded. It yearns for someone to understand. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian in contact with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, evolving their professional rapport into a more personal bond. Reeves, when questioned, appeared genuinely distraught at Morgan's tragic end. "The house carries a reputation," he explained. The original architect wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its design, meant to perplex and bewilder. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer, something transcending mere trickery. However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the suspected time of Morgan's passing, backed by security footage placing him at a university symposium hours away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Upon contact, he unveiled a hidden family secret shrouded for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls," he divulged. "Others met their end there, always discovered in the parlor, always appearing serene. The family termed it the claiming." Providing investigators with decades-old journals, he chronicled deaths initially attributed to natural causes such as heart failure or strokes. The pattern was glaring: individuals spending extended periods within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically referred to as the influence. Further exploration of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Inside, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing equipment and an enigmatic discovery: a small chamber harboring artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At its center sat a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by generations of handling. Analysis identified the figurine as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds bridging worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system were detected on the artifacts. The case took a harrowing turn, with forensic analysis indicating the presence of another individual within the house during Morgan's demise. Partial prints, unrelated to Morgan or any known visitors, were lifted from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Mirroring Morgan's posture, he sat facing the entrance, a tranquil expression etched on his features, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clenched in his grip was a key unmatched to any lock in his apartment, but fitting seamlessly into the concealed compartment within the Victorian house. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it captivates your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors laid where they always have, yet something deceives you into believing you're trapped in circles. Once you grasp the verity, departure becomes feasible, but by then, the desire to leave dissipates. The case remains officially unresolved, catalogued as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian structure has since been deemed unsafe, its access restricted by authorities. Whispers persist of lights flickering within on certain nights and of visitors vanishing without a trace. Some locals assert that the house seizes those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unraveled something ancient and potent, a force existing in the crevices between conventional reality. The truth lingers as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the commencement. Story 26. The tale begins in a costume emporium on the verge of closure, where remnants of the past are being sold off. Amidst the dusty shelves, a woman's hand alighted on a mask, exquisite yet eerily lifelike in its features. As she placed it on the checkout counter, the cashier hesitated, murmuring, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she sought out the tag, only to find it non-existent. With a casual shrug, she carried the mask home. That very night, a soft rustle roused her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer where she had left it on the dresser. Instead, it perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by her neighbor. The front door ajar, sunlight spilling into the dim abode. What awaited inside would bewilder investigators for years to come. Catherine lay motionless on the bedroom floor, the mask vanished without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics documented the scene, shutters clicking rhythmically amidst hushed conversations. No signs of forced entry, an officer observed, jotting notes. The detective's gaze swept the room, noting a slightly open drawer and a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. All seemed ordinary, except for the woman who would never stir again. The medical examiner, face solemn, declared the cause of death uncertain upon initial examination. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. Gesturing towards Catherine's frozen expression, he remarked, terror etched into her very features. Crouching beside the lifeless form, the detective murmured, something frightened her to her demise. Catherine, an art appraiser leading a tranquil existence, possessed a keen eye for detail, a knack for discerning authenticity. Colleagues praised her precision, her ability to spot even the subtlest forgery. The detective pondered if this very talent had somehow sealed her tragic fate. Security footage from the costume shop unveiled an enigma. The cashier, genuinely perplexed by the mask, called over the owner, who vehemently denied its origin. Though the audio was unclear, lip readers deciphered his words. "We never stocked anything like this." A visit to the now vacant shop shed little light on the mystery. The owner, visibly anxious, confessed that mask surfaced during our clearance sale. Its origins remain a mystery. It was never part of our inventory. Pressed further, he reluctantly disclosed, Such occurrences followed acquisitions from the estate sale of a collector who met a peculiar demise. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She clutched onto something, the lab technician elucidated. These fibers, an enigmatic blend of human hair and an unidentifiable organic substance, defy modern classification. The investigation unraveled a tapestry of similar deaths spanning decades. Each victim had acquired a peculiar mask preceding their demise, each frozen in a visage of pure dread, each case a labyrinth without an exit. A retired detective, privy to a prior case, divulged a chilling revelation. Seated in a dim chamber, he slid a weathered file across the table. Inscribed within each mask, behind the lining, we found ancient symbols. A scholar suggested a ritual of soul transference. An unexpected breakthrough materialized within Catherine's apartment, a journal concealed behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry chronicled a sense of being watched, an unearthly presence lurking within her abode. She delved into the mask's enigmatic origins post the cashier's peculiar reaction, linking it to a series of enigmatic demises. The mask stirs, her frantic script revealed. It watches me slumber. Inside, markings akin to those from unsolved cases. The collector perished the same way. Each mask claims a life heir passing on, a malevolent entity seeking a new host. Compiling the evidence's peculiar fibers, Catherine's research, a macabre pattern, the detective uncovered the cause of death. A heart arrested by sheer dread. What could evoke such terror that a heart halts in its rhythm? The case veered into darker realms with surveillance footage from a neighboring abode capturing a revelation overlooked by investigators. A figure exiting Catherine's dwelling, cloaked in a mask mimicking her gait, yet uncannily mechanical, as if an ill-fitting guise. An alert was sounded for the missing mask, yet it eluded discovery until 6 moons later, when reports surfaced of a cryptic mask surfacing in a vintage shop across the land. By the time authorities reached the locale, it had found a new owner, their identity unrecorded. The enigma endures unsolved by official accounts. The detective harbors Catherine's journal in her desk, a testament to a truth too fantastical for conventional tales. In nocturnal moments, she startles awake, sensing a spectral gaze. She secures her abode, warding off thoughts of the mask destined to seek a new beholder, an eternal cycle that commenced eons past and continues unabated. The mask lingers, awaiting its next reckoning. Ere long, another shall awaken to a faint rustle in the night, to find it looming closer, hollow eyes fixed upon them, hungering for the essence that dwells within their gaze. Story 27. In the stillness of the night, a package arrived in the mail, shrouded in mystery. Wrapped in a plain envelope, it bore no return address, only a single brass key, weathered with the passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, felt a strange familiarity with the key, though she couldn't place why. With a sense of intrigue, she tried it in every lock she owned, but none yielded to its touch. It was a key without a home. Perplexed, Sarah placed the key on her coffee table, where it lay quietly. And then, as if in response to its presence, the old grandfather clock in the hallway stirred from its long silence and let out a single, haunting chime, a sound that had not been heard in years, a sound that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. Alarmed by the inexplicable event, Sarah reported it to the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel the peace of their quiet suburban neighborhood. The responding officer at first dismissed Sarah's concerns as a simple mix-up in the mail, a key sent in error perhaps. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. a whisper of unease that lingered in the air. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, not fully grasping the gravity of what was to come. The key found its way into the hands of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition for cases that defied easy explanation. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet quietly ominous, beckoning him to unravel its secrets. Background checks on Sarah revealed no red flags. She was a retired high school English teacher, a widow with no criminal record, leading a quiet life with her children far away. But the key, with its silent presence, hinted at a deeper mystery waiting to be uncovered. Forensic analysis revealed no fingerprints on the key except Sarah's own. The envelope yielded no clues, only a generic postmark from a distant distribution center. The key itself, a standard Schlage, showed signs of age and wear, hinting at a past unknown to Sarah. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique pattern through the department database. And there, a connection emerged, a cold case, 7 years old, tied to an identical key pattern found in a storage unit that harbored dark secrets. The original investigation had hit dead ends, with blood-stained evidence and photos of women left unidentified. Sarah, when shown the pictures, recognized none of them. As the investigation unfolded, she felt the tendrils of fear creeping into her once peaceful existence, prompting her to fortify her home against an unseen threat. The hunt for the key's origins led to Harold Jenkins, a man with a shadowed past and a trail of unanswered questions. Formerly a neighbor of Sarah's, he had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a web of deceit and darkness. As the search intensified, a chilling revelation surfaced: a hidden room beneath the floorboards of a cabin, a room lined with rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and a date. The keys unlocked a grim reality: 27 additional victims, their stories silenced by the hands of a predator. The manhunt for Jenkins gripped the nation, his moniker, the Keymaster, searing into headlines as a symbol of terror lurking in plain sight. The community trembled under the weight of his hidden atrocities, grappling with the knowledge that evil had walked among them, unseen and unsuspected. In a final, fateful encounter, Jenkins met his end, leaving behind a journal of horrors and a legacy of pain. The truth, stark and unforgiving, revealed the extent of his depravity, the lives he had taken, the scars he had left behind. As the dust settled and the echoes of the tragedy faded, Sarah found herself unable to return to her home, haunted by the specter of what had transpired within its walls. The grandfather clock, once a source of comfort, now stood as a silent witness to the darkness that had encroached upon her life. The keys, silent and unmoving, spoke volumes of the lives they represented, the lives lost, the stories untold. And in their stillness, they whispered a solemn truth about the fragility of peace and the hidden depths of human darkness.